It is the final day of action from the World Gymnastics Championships in Jakarta, and so far the apparatus finals have provided all the drama, the world's best at the top of their game, some new faces to watch out for in the future, and a few medals for Great Britain.
She looks set for business here.
Just floats above the pommel handles.
Wow.
He is as strong as he looks, this guy.
Wow, what a routine!
The bars routine of her life.
Come on, Luke.
Yes!
That's what you got to do.
Jake Jarman, how does he do it? 1 and 2. Jake Jarman is the new men's world floor champion. What a time we had yesterday, and there are 5 more world titles to hand out this morning after a fantastic first day of apparatus finals. And joining me to cast an expert eye over all of the action, we've got 3 times world champion Beth Tweddle and Olympic bronze medalist Sam Oldham. Very good morning to you both. So we saw Jake and Luke waking up as world floor champion, world silver medalist as well. I mean, Sam, it's been a long old time since we actually had 2 men in a world floor final, let alone take the medals.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. I think it's been over a decade since that happened back in Glasgow 2015 when we had Max and Dan Purvis. So just to have got 2 guys in the final on an apparatus-like floor where there is so much room for error is amazing in of itself. But then for them both to do what we hoped they would, perform those very difficult routines incredibly well, land on their feet and finish 1 and 2, just amazing.
And what a day it was all round with those apparatus finals. I mean, talk about drama, Beth. I mean, it had the lot, didn't it, in that 4 hours? If you're a fan of gymnastics, you were very happy.
There was a lot that went on with the finals. I mean, obviously, for the British team to have that gold and silver, but then over on the women's vault, we had someone jumping over the vault.
Just went through the vault? I mean, we still don't really know what happened.
Yeah, and obviously then didn't do her second vault. And then the German girl losing the 2 full mark deduction because she did a one-handed vault, which we very rarely see that deduction being taken.
And actually, she was a bit confused about that as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, and I think it took a lot of people kind of time to understand what had happened.
Yes.
But when you watch it back in slow motion, that's what the deduction was taken for.
So very strict on the code going into this Olympic cycle is the message.
Yes, basically they've introduced this 2-mark deduction for a one-handed vault. And then over on bars, unfortunately, the Hungarian, who we'd seen get injured during the all-around and had pulled out, and then still came and did the bar final. And unfortunately, during the dismount, we don't know what's happened. We've not seen anything yet, but it didn't look great.
No. Well, more to come, we hope, today as far as GB medals are concerned. We have the men's vault, high bar and parallel bars as well, and then the women's floor and beam for you, all before 12:30 today. So we've got Ruby Evans and Abby Martin in the floor final, and high hopes, actually, for Ruby, because she's qualified, Sam, with the 3rd highest score.
And watching her routine, Matt, in the all-around final, I really enjoyed it. So I'm excited just to watch that routine again. It's very different. There's some unique tumble in there that you don't often see on the women's side of the sport of gymnastics. So really excited to see her routine. I think she's going to be competitive in terms of the difficulty and the artistry side of things. So I'm really, really looking forward to this one. And Abby as well, she's a real big tumbler. Did so well in that all-around. I'm sure she'll be feeling super confident going into this final. And you never know. Again, we just spoke about the boys on floor. It's one of those apparatus where there's so much room for error. Anything can happen.
1 or 2, it might happen again, Beth. It might happen again. Also, Joe Fraser, former world champion on parallel bars as well. He's qualified for the high bar. And, I mean, this is really exciting because as far as GB are concerned, we've managed to get a world medal on every piece but high bar.
Yeah, and a big opportunity for Joe. You know, he's known traditionally for his parallel bars work, an incredible all-rounder, but is brilliant on high bar and has super high difficulty. I'm excited for you, Matt, to see this routine because it's such an exciting routine. He's doing the same dismount that we saw Donald Wittenberg do on the rings yesterday. He's doing a triple pike somersault and a big opportunity. Qualified in 2nd. High bar is one of those apparatus where it's all or nothing. Joe's going up 2nd in the order, which might play into his hands if he can go out there grab the bar, get through his routine and land on his feet, that often in a high bar final puts the pressure on everybody else. And we saw that high bar final in Paris last year,
well,
where everyone was just falling off. So
come on, what a way to wrap up the World Championships. It's going to be a very, very busy morning. So let's just talk you through the next few hours here on BBC Two. Don't go anywhere. I'll just put the telly on and have it on in the background, because we are just a few minutes away from the start of the first of 5 finals. That's going to be the men's vault. Jake Jarman is the world champion, but he missed out on a place in this final. The action then moves to beam, which caused all sorts of problems in the women's all-around on Thursday. That gets underway just after 8:30 for you, before Olympic champion Shinosuke Oka returns in the men's parallel bars final after a disappointing all-round competition. Ruby Evans and Abby Martin will be representing Great Britain in the women's floor final at 10:25. Can they replicate the success of Jake and Luke on this apparatus? Yes, there's no doubt about it. They'll give it a really good go. And then we've got the men's hard bar final. We were just talking about that there with Sam. Concludes the championships with Joe Fraser continuing his comeback from injury in that one. Could he add another world gold to his collection? So yeah, it is going to be a fantastic way to end the championships. We talked about Daiki Hashimoto there. You know, he came into this, he was desperate to try and win back the title in the all-around. He managed it, but it's got the lot, this piece of apparatus, as far as the drama is concerned. It's all or nothing. He came 6th in the Olympics after he fell on high bar as well. But Hashimoto's, he's looking on song at these championships, Sam.
he really is, and he's changed the construction of his routine, Matt. So actually his original first coach advised him to change the order of his skills in this routine, and he looks way more comfortable in this competition than he did a year ago in Paris. So he's made those changes. He seems confident and happy. I was super impressed with how professional and well prepared he looked in that all-around final. There was we saw that moment on pommel horse where he kind of nearly fell off, managed to hold his nerve, was very resilient, and then just got better and better throughout that competition, and yeah, managed to hold off the challenge of Zhang Boheng and win that gold medal in the all-around. So again, he'll be full of confidence going into this final.
But Joe, I mean, he's at the stage in his career now, Beth, where he's been able to put a lot into context. He's had injuries, he's won world medals himself, he's so experienced as a sort of team captain as well. Today's all about him. There's no team for him to kind of rally round and look after and what have you. And, you know, he'll be so composed and he's ready for this final, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had a bit of time out since the Olympics last year, and kind of started to prep for outside of life of gymnastics as well, with his own gymnastics club. But then he knows what that pressure's like. Yeah. He's won a world title back in 2019, and I do think as you get older, you can put things into perspective. You can kind of just compartmentalise everything, and he'll be going into this final knowing it's all for himself, and he looks ready. We've seen him coming back, and I think he's excited to be back out there and feeling that adrenaline. Yeah,
well, we're just waiting for the gymnasts who are going to be coming out for the vault final. Let's turn our attention to vault, and actually, what are the judges going to be looking for here? We saw with the women's side yesterday, all sorts of things can happen. It's over in the blink of an eye, Sam, and gymnasts here, they'll get 2 vaults, yeah? Yeah,
they get 2 vaults, Matt, so it's going to be the average of the 2 vaults. Now, whether the gymnast decides to do their most difficult vault first or second is personal preference, but the judges are looking for the style of the vault. So when they come onto the vault, quite often a lot of the gymnasts will split their legs. That's a big deduction because these guys are the best in the world. You're really looking at the very fine details. We've got a gymnast in this final, Artur Davtyan, and he's kind of world-renowned for being the best at sticking his vaults, and this is where, again, that sticking bonus is going to come into play. Looking at the qualification scores, not many athletes actually stuck their vaults, so I'll be expecting more gymnasts to be trying to land on their feet without taking those steps, and I think that could play a big difference. We saw that at the Europeans. He actually won the gold because of that bonus from sticking his landings.
Here comes the Olympic champion, Beth.
The issue when you go in for that stick bonus, we saw it during, I think it was the all-around competition, is it's a very fine margin between sticking and putting your hands down and having that slight under rotation, and actually taking a 0.1 or taking a fall, especially in a vault final, is will be the difference between a medal and not.
Yes, and this comes down to absolute tenths, doesn't it? As far as what the judges are looking for in the air is concerned, what should viewers be looking out for?
Well, if the gymnasts are going to be doing double somersaults, Matt, so in a tuck position, one of the vaults you'll see is a dragolescu, where they do a double tuck with a half turn. They're looking for how close the gymnast's legs are to being together. It's very, very hard to rotate in that position with your legs together. If it's a twist in skills, they're looking for the gymnast not crossing their legs. So you'll often see in the slow motion replay afterwards, the gymnast might not have their toes together and their legs are crossed like a pair of scissors. You don't want that. You want their legs to be nice and tight. And many of these gymnasts have very, very similar vaults. So it really will come down to those fine margins. There are a couple of gymnasts in here, Carlos Yulo being one of them, that has one of the most difficult vaults in the world, and also the Chinese gymnast. So they're the two gymnasts that are going to have the difficulty advantage. So if they can put those vaults on their feet like Jake has with his first vault, the Yonakura, when he lands that, he has such an advantage over everybody else because he's got 0.4 tenths in difficulty.
We're talking of Jake. Sadly, he didn't make this final. He went all out in qualification, but you've actually got to get entry into this final during that qualification round, and things didn't go to plan, did they, for Jake?
No,
really?
he had a fall on one of his vaults, so unfortunately he didn't quite make the final. These vaults are so difficult. The gymnasts will be training these vaults, but very rarely, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, but they'll very rarely be training them directly onto these hard landings. The impact of these vaults, if you did it every single day, would be too much. So they'll be training them onto a lot softer surfaces. So actually, when you're coming out and you've got to try and nail those landings and get the stick, it's very intense. We used to say for this vault final, whoever landed on their feet got the medal, whereas actually now we are seeing the gymnasts are landing on their feet and it's about the execution.
Yeah, definitely.
The first four gymnasts are going to warm up, and then the second lot will go. It's quite good, this introduction with a warm up in between, isn't it? Because it's a long old way if you're 8th up.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. I actually had this conversation yesterday. I think it's changed things quite a lot strategically. I don't actually think the order plays as much as a role as it used to.
Yeah.
Because in the past, if you were 8th, and Beth said the same thing, you would have to wait potentially 45 minutes to complete that routine, whereas now that's cut down to 10 or 15 minutes because of that split warm-up. And actually there's a break in the action and the judges kind of refresh. So in the past, maybe the scores would build slightly as you go through the first gymnast all the way to the 8th. Now I don't think it plays so much of a role because you'll either be first in the first set of 4 or first in the second set of 4. So it's really changed things.
Yeah, and actually, you know, you're more engaged with the final, aren't you? Because you're in the arena often. You know, certainly with back in the day with you would be out in the warm-up gym and then come in, wouldn't you? A couple of gymnasts.
I love
before.
how you say back in the day. Thanks.
Yeah.
But yeah, you used to have the
you know what I
option.
mean?
If you were kind of 6th, 7th, 8th, you could go back in the training hall. You could warm up in there, but the apparatus could be slightly different to what it was in the training gym. So not many people would necessarily go back. I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't want to run down and do a huge vault with no warm-up. So the safety aspect, it is definitely the right decision to bringing these warm-ups back in for the gymnasts.
OK, well, Tomaso there's just finishing up his warm-up. Looking forward to seeing Carlos Yulo go for his as well. I'm going to head round to the commentary box now and join Christine Still and Craig Heap. So let's get set then for this men's World Vault Final.
Thank you very much, Matt. And yes, we can just see the current Olympic champion doing his final preparation. Probably the highest field in this World Championships, Christine, because we've got the Olympic champion and the Olympic silver medalist.
Absolutely, and these gymnasts, just the first 4 are warming up. They get 3 practice goes. They're going to do 2 different vaults. So they get 1 opportunity to just do a timer, do a handspring or a somersault, whatever they normally do as a timer, and then they get the opportunity to actually warm up each vault. Not everybody will. We've just seen Carlos Yulo just do a very simplified version of his vault. And this gymnast attempting the whole vault.
Yep, gymnasts will have 2 vaults. This first competitor. 2023 Junior World Champion. So he'll be trying to make his mark in the senior field, Chris.
He will indeed. And a great opportunity for a young gymnast here. We haven't seen overly much of the Italian men in this World Championships. And this is their first competitor, or the first competitor on the vault, Tommaso Bruganimi. We've seen strong vaulters from Italy in the past. And as junior European champion, I'm sure this guy is going to excite us as well.
Tommaso Bruganimi then for Italy with his first vault. Qualified 5th for this final.
4.8 on the difficulty. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and that was really good. The triple twist in the Yushchenko.
A neat start then for the Italian.
Very good, and I'm wondering whether they've got the wrong start score up there, because down here he nominated a 5-2 last time.
Yeah.
So we had a little bit of confusion on the women's side with it's the administrators who put up the numbers. So there was a little bit of confusion, but this was a beautiful vault, wasn't it? Flip on, you can see he goes on with beautiful straight arms.
Great style.
Wraps 3 twists in, makes it look easy, actually.
Well, he scored 14.266 with that vault in qualification, but that looked beautiful, actually.
Well, and also he had a line fault in qualification, so he lost a 0.1 as well. I don't know if he stayed in the lines out. We'll be able to see from this angle. Look, blocks in, wraps in, 3 twists. And did he stay in? Oh, he did.
And I would say we've seen a fair few triple twists, or attempts at triple twists. That's one of the best I've seen.
Well, I tell you what, if he keeps up this consistency, the 19-year-old's going to be very difficult to beat. 14.366. That is a great start for Tommaso Bruganimi. Not long out of the junior ranks. In qualification, he opted for the same difficulty for his second vault as he did for the first.
Very fast, powerful approach. And the triple twist in the Sukahara. Now, I'm wondering, is that a stuck landing? Because if it is, it's 0.1. Big vault. This guy is obviously a twister.
Well, what a fine hope for the future for Italy. Italy have never won a gold medal at the World Championships on this piece of apparatus. They have a silver and a bronze, but Tommaso Bruganimi, what a talent and what a start to this men's vault final.
And you heard Sam earlier explaining what the judges are going to be looking for. They don't want to see legs crossed. Well, he didn't. Little deduction for the feet apart on, but look at those toes locked together. Very difficult to hold that form during 3 twists. And in the straight somersault, look, he turns on, he blocks, he wraps so efficiently. Out come the arms to steady the landing. Well, the rest are going to have to be pretty good to beat this.
Yeah, well, a real medal chance here.
I think so. With that, he'll pick up a 0.1. I'm sure for the stick bonus as well.
I mean, there's some big vaulters to come, but consistency is the key. 14.466. Fantastic as the average.
Very impressive, 14.466. I think that'll medal.
Yeah, I think it might just.
Well, from a 19-year-old to a 20-year-old now, this is Daniel Marinov competing as a neutral athlete.
And a very compact, powerful gymnast. Also going for the triple, the step back, so he'll lose a little marks there, but that was a very long vault as well as high.
He was sharp in the twist, wasn't he? Speedy twist.
For me, it looked a little bit more powerful. It looked like it had a little bit more height. Easily round. Good form throughout the air. Look, landing with the chest up. That's what the judges are looking for. So if the chest down, you would say it's under rotation. But look at that, fully round. Actually did very well to control that and not roll out.
A really big vault here. And another gymnast keeping those legs squeezed together. When we first saw these triple twists off the vault, they were scrabbling to get them round, but now these two young gymnasts have shown absolutely superb vaulting.
I mean, he's up in the rafters there, isn't he? So high.
Well, there are phases to where the judges start taking the deductions. It's straight from the springboard. Then they look at the block on the top, and then you've got the flight phase off, distance and length.
14.3, so just down a little bit on Brunami's first vault. He also did a 5.2 for the second vault in qualification, so a similar strategy to the first vaulter. Maranov's also in the parallel bars and the high bar final today, so busy day for him.
Very accomplished gymnast. Here we see, oh, and the Dragulescu we were speaking about, the handspring, double front with the half turn out in the second somersault. Again, a fair step back and chest down a little bit on landing, but that is a risky vault, and he performed it really well.
Well, the score to beat is 14.466 as an average of the two vaults.
Good, powerful vaulting, Christine, but you're right, really low down on the chest. I don't think it'd be good enough on an average to go above the Italian. Look, really low down there.
Yeah, deep, yep.
So, and there'll be no stick bonus.
His hair almost brushed the floor, didn't it?
Again, great height, though.
Oh, superb.
This is any vault that's half turning down from the vault gives the gymnast the opportunity to look for the floor. Look, wraps in. Actually, 2.5 somersaults from the hands. Looked like he landed on a bit of a straight leg as well, a little bit of a jarring. But as Beth was saying, these gymnasts won't be performing onto this hard surface day in, day out.
The World Championship debut for Daniel Marinov. First time we've got to see him. He's competing as a neutral athlete here.
And he's been pretty impressive, Matt, hasn't he?
14.15 is the average, so Tommaso Brunami of Italy leads this competition on 14.466. Will he remain in the top spot after the next gymnast? There's Angelina Melnikova. World all-round champion, vault champion, and medalled yesterday as well. So the Olympic champion on vault is at the end of the vault runway. Took a silver at the World Championships back in 2022. He won this event in 2021. Can he win it back? 5-6 the difficulty.
Well, watch this. The Dragulescu in the back position with the half turn. I mean, that was stratospheric. What about that?
What a vault. Right, now where do the judges deduct from here? Let's have a look, because that was absolutely superb, Chris.
It was. He has his legs glued together. Up he goes. 2.5, turn out. Lovely landing. I mean, he'll get the stuck landing. He'll lose a little bit, certainly not for lack of height, but for the chest facing the floor as he landed rather than facing the vault. But what amazing vaulting. He's so tight and strong in all his shapes, isn't he? A pike, he really shows a pike with straight legs. Lovely turnout.
I mean, that was near perfection, surely.
Well, it's out of 15.6. In the replay as well, it's normally an opportunity to pick up the faults of a vault. that, you can see the extension. He's squeezing
Yeah.
in his quads.
And he needs to bend his legs in order to take the impact of that vault. So, you know, forgive him a little flex there.
Oh, yeah.
And this guy's 4'11". So the vault's big. The amount he can generate, the power, is absolutely phenomenal. He's
Right.
certainly laid down the gauntlet. I mean, this is going to be a big score.
Colossal score. Look, 9-5 on the execution. 15.2. Wow.
Well, it's quite difficult to see where the 0.5 went, actually.
I mean, I need to have a word with these judges. Wow. That was incredible. Well, he'll go for a slightly easier vault. He deserves to. 5.2 is what he put up in qualification. Who knows what he'll do here? He's got so many vaults in his locker. He is going for the 5.2. And going for a gold medal here.
Well, just watch this. Oh, look at that! The straight front with the 2.5 twist. Not only can this gymnast rotate, he can spin like a top.
I mean, that surely can't be beaten. That was phenomenal.
He's absolutely textbook in his technique, isn't he? He hits the front of that platform and just, well, it's a platform and it rockets him into the air. Look how high, high, high. Then he wraps those twists in, out for landing. He's really positive with all his actions. Up, really twists, out with those straight arms. They won't get the stick for that vault because he had a little shuffle backwards. But I think this guy is absolutely beautiful in the air.
Yes, I mean...
Even from the springboard, there's not many gymnasts that can keep their legs together, which obviously builds the energy. What you've got to do is try and create the momentum. I mean, he runs down the vault like a sprinter. I think what would be really interesting to see is if they had like a speedometer at the side to see how quick the gymnasts run to the vault, because he really does anchor down that runway.
He looks like a trampolinist, doesn't he?
Yeah.
In the air.
14.866 is the average. He says, number one, we all agree with you. I mean, that is going to be tough to beat, but he'll have to wait. There's another 5 gymnasts left to go in this final. Next at the end of the vault runway, Minami Kazuki of Japan. He's the 7th highest qualifier, 25 years old. Going for same difficulty, 5.2 as the first 2.
And again, real power down the runway. Oh, but that's what happens when you don't quite get round that triple twist. And that looked quite an uncomfortable landing on those very hard mats.
It looked to me a little bit of stall in the rotation just before the twist. Maybe you can see again here. There. Look, there was just that little bit of a stall to initiate when he wrapped it there. And that was, a real ankle biter, that one.
When you block off the top of this platform, you have to marry rotation and height. And he went for quite a bit of length and I think sacrificed the amount of height he got off. And you know, you need a lot of time in the air to get round 3 twists.
This is a gymnast in warm-up, Chris, that did the 2.5 twist, Yurchenko, and sat down. He's not certainly performing these with ease like some of the previous performers.
He was in that floor final alongside Jake and Luke. Finished 8th there. He needs to bring a lot of that acrobatic skill to this second vault if he wants to make amends.
Well, we've seen the previous 3 competitors all work without major error, so he's got a mountain to climb if he wants to try and get into the medals.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Well, he qualified in 7th place, so looking at that, not going to be a contender.
13.133 for that first vault. Okay, what's Kazuki got in store for the second vault? He's going for the easiest vault that we've seen in this vault final for his second attempt. So this one is all about execution. Keep your eye on that form, the height and the landing. Vault number 2 for Minami Kazuki.
Same good, precise run, but and that was much better, wasn't it? He used the round off in front of the board, the flip on, and he got beautiful height and flight from the platform, able to wrap in the 2.5 twists with ease. Great to see him come back and perform with confidence.
Yeah, much better than the warm-up. I remember my coach always said to me, there's no point winning the warm-up, and he certainly saved it there. Technically a much better vault, obviously a little bit easier than the first.
But it's an interesting dilemma, isn't it? How easier you go and how well you can execute it, because it's all about the ultimate number of marks at the end of the vault.
Well, actually, before we went on air, we were having a lengthy discussion about the stick bonus on each piece of apparatus, you know, and as
how valuable
Christine
that
pointed
is,
out
yeah.
yesterday, yeah, if you take a step, you've lost 0.1, compared to if you stick it, you're 2/10 better off. So it's almost a 2/10 stick bonus when you put it down like that. But, I mean, great second vault. It'll not be good enough to challenge because of the first vault, but good to see a successful outing.
14.366 for that second vault, gives him an average of 13.749.
9.466 on execution. For me, that was generous.
Yes.
Compared to Yulo.
But the next 4 gymnasts, they'll be out to have their warm-up. And I think Sam was talking earlier about, you know, before they had the split warm-up, you could be waiting 45 minutes. I think of all the things that the FIG have brought in, I think this is a great rule, Chris, don't you?
Yes, I do. And I feel that because I remember the times when you always warmed up like this. And then we had this period where you were expected to just pop up out of the back gym and perform. And I felt that we went towards the show being more important than the gymnast in those days. You know, giving a slick show was more important than the safety of the gymnast, and I'm very, very pleased to see it come back to being more gymnast-centred and the safety and performance of the gymnast being more important than the slick show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's also changed is because they've the gym out the back. Donnell was talking yesterday about his rings performance, and the first 4 obviously went up, and he was in the second group, went into the back gym, had a bit of a swing and stuff. So I think all those things are really important for gymnast safety. And we're looking at, you know, the level of skills I've seen, you know, in the last 25 years. And I'm messaging friends I did gymnastics with. I'm like, what they're doing now is crazy. I mean, this is on another level.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had some incredible performances at these World Championships. Sam, if you can hear me in the studio, I think I've seen one of my favourites there with that first vault from Carlos Yulo. I mean, the form in the air, we were talking about it in the build-up to this final, and he certainly didn't disappoint us. It was absolutely magnificent. One of the best vaults I think I've seen him do, Sam.
Yeah, again, Matt, me and Beth celebrating in the studio. Definitely one of the best vaults I think I've ever seen in my life. I remember Jake's first vault when he became world champion, and I said at the time, I think that's the best vault I've ever seen, and I think Carlos Yulo there is certainly putting him under a bit of pressure with that vault, just absolutely stunning. But yeah, you're right. What Craig was saying there, I think back to when Beth won her world title in 2006. I think in the vault final there, Fabian Hambuchen, legend of the sport, won a vault medal with a double twist and a 2.5. Well, in this final, I think we're probably only going to see triple twist Dragulescu's and 3.5 twists or handspring triple twists. So it just shows you how much the sport has come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, enjoy the second half as we go down to the end of the vault runway with Mukamadzen Jakubov of, well, he's competing as a neutral athlete. So, Mukamadzen Jakubov, he's the champion of the neutral athletes competing.
.5 on the difficulty. Oh, and that was good. 2.5 twist forwards in the straight position. Just that little adjustment, so no stick bonus, but again, another very difficult flighty vault.
I love these handspring twisting vaults. There's the technique here from the board to the platform, and the immediate thrust up into the air is so impressive. They're sort of just such classic vaults, aren't they? Everybody learnt to handspring who's done gymnastics, and that is taking it to the absolute nth degree.
I also think there's been a big shift on vaulting for the twisting vaults. You know, once of a day in the vault finals, we've seen the double front and the double pike, and actually those extra rotations proven to be more difficult to land, where the twisting ones, especially the ones coming down facing the vaulting table, seem to be the more favoured and the more solid vaults.
I think the... Oh,
Ooh,
sorry.
Look, strong. 14.3 for that first vault for Mukamadzen. Well, here he goes then, and he's ready with a... He's going to post a 5.2 for the second vault as well. What can Jakubov do here? He's 22 years old. Could well challenge here, looking at how well he did in qualification.
Well, power and precision at its best. Oh, he nearly got the point one. Another gymnast going for the Dragulescu, the handspring, double front with the half turn. Just a little chest down and hop forward. I don't think it'd be good enough, actually, to go above the Italian, who's...
14.466 is that second place spot at the moment, but the top three, entry score for the top three, 14.15.
Oh, I agree with you, Craig. I don't think it'll be quite good enough. It's very nice vaulting, though. He gets up. He doesn't quite get his head into the front somersault, so it doesn't rotate so quickly, meaning that he had to squeeze in for a long time before he could make the half turn out.
And also, he's not just got the same distance from the table as some of the other gymnasts, and that's something the judge are looking for. Obviously, you want to get your hands as close to the front, you know, and then it's the distance travelled.
He'll be delighted, but that was a very deep landing. They could easily deduct 0.5 on that landing, I would have thought. But exciting vaulter.
14.183. He's in third at the moment, Jakubov. 14.066 for the second vault. So the only Chinese gymnast in this vault final, Huang Minji. Got a silver at the Baku World Cup earlier this year, but he's capable of a very big score with his first vault. High 14s he posted in qualification.
Oh, another of these huge vaults. Just look how long that vault was. He was to the back end of the landing mats. Beautiful form in the air. This generation of gymnasts have grown up with this vaulting platform, and they really seem to have learned how to use the springs and launch themselves off it.
Well, you can see there he was just about a foot further on the vaulting table, and you can see the distance travelled. Obviously, if it's a single somersault, you don't need the same height as a double somersault, but that for me, it's got height, it's got length, good form in the air. He actually got the stick bonus in qualification for the first vault, which obviously he won't get this time, but very good, clean vaulting. And the thing as well with the forward vaulting like that and the twist, you tend to get better alignment.
14.366 for the first vault. He's in the mix.
Well, I think that definitely was the longest vault we've seen, and had beautiful height as well. Just a little bit of lack of control on the landing. Can he match it?
14.183. from Jakubov is currently the third place spot as the average. As Hwang lines up for his second vault.
Shorter run. Oh, but another superbly flighted vault.
Yeah, it was calm, wasn't it? Actually, it's the calmest vault I think we've seen.
Well, he had a very measured approach. Backflip on beautiful straight lines. I mean, that triple twist, easily round look. And as Christine said, you know, the distance from the vaulting platform, this is probably the longest 2 vaults we've seen. It does look a tall gymnast. And once you start twisting, that helps with the rotation. And just that little adjustment on landing. No stick bonus. I don't think it will be good enough to go up above the Italian, Brunami.
Well, Brunami has a score of 14.466. Carlos Yolo leads this competition on 14.866.
It was very impressive.
He's gone into
vaulting.
third.
Oh.
He's gone into third, 14.416. So Brunami still holding on there. The 19-year-old Italian in second place with 2 gymnasts left to go.
I mean, that's phenomenal for the young Italian. Straight from the junior world champion into a world final.
Amazing.
At 19, the oldest competitor in this final. 33 years of age, 14 years difference.
Well, here comes the third highest qualifier. Nazar Japoni of Ukraine. Got a bronze medal at the European Championships on this event earlier this year. And he's also bagged himself a bronze medal at the Worlds 2 years ago.
Watch this, powerful double front with the half turn. Dragulescu, plenty of height, plenty of flight.
And
Just
that's
couldn't
how
hold on for that .1.
That's how you land it, though, isn't it, Craig? Look how
It is.
high his chest is. He kicks out. He really kicked out, didn't he? And his chest is right up, pointing to the platform. Beautiful vaulting.
He makes it look so easy. Just a little bit loose in the legs there. You can tell the difference in the style between him and Yulo. I mean, he was 6 in the vault final at the Olympic Games, competed at numerous World Cups, as you said, Matt, European world medals, a wealth of experience. 14.2, 3.3 in qualification. So it'll be into the 14s.
It's not so often you see a kick out like that so that the body is stretched before you land for such a difficult vault.
14.466 for the first vault, and look at that execution, 9.266.
So he's matching Brunami. Needs to just keep that consistency now. Get himself back on that world podium. Looks so focused. Needs every 10th of the execution here.
Well, it's another big vault, 5.2. Oh, and look at that! Triple twist from the Sukahara. He had a line fault in qualification of a 0.1, which just took him down a little bit. But he's very efficient vaulter, Christine.
Yes, I think he was pretty close to the line here. It's a little bit difficult for us to say. They haven't given us an angle to show. But I'm so impressed with these gymnasts. They're so tidy and tight in the air, aren't they?
And not bad on the way on the entry there.
No, very, very nice work here.
I mean, we've sort of gone into another zone, haven't we, with the men's vault, because it doesn't look crazy now.
No.
I mean, it's still as difficult as it always used to be, but they're making it look so effortless now that you're not sitting on the edge of your seat, you know what I mean?
Well, I think what's happened is a lot of the coaches have gone back, seen the big double somersault vaults and thought, these guys are hit and miss. I mean, Courtney Tulloch from Great Britain is a prime example.
Well, he's gone into second place, knocking Brunami down into third. 14.483 for the Ukrainian. That was huge vaulting for the penultimate vaulter in this men's vault final. Now, the oldest competitor will have something to say about that is for sure. He's qualified with the second highest score. He's 33 years old, but he won the World Championships back in 2022. He's an Olympic bronze medalist and silver medalist in Paris. He's had to watch all the vaulters go, and I tell you what, even with his experience, he's under pressure.
He knows he needs to be perfect. Takes a long, powerful run. Up we go, beautiful, and that is what you call perfect.
That was superb. What an answer to all of the gymnastics that we've seen so far.
I'm sure in the last competition he got the stick bonus for both vaults. It was his landings that took him above Jake Jarman.
He just plopped it out of the air, didn't he? Look, 2.5 somersaults, half turn, plop.
Phenomenal.
You know, you talk about the warm-up. I watched him in the warm-up, and he just does a very simple tuck front half turn, gets his timer in there. I mean, a lot of gymnasts have got a deep landing, chest down, but talk about saving the best till last. For me, it's not as good as Ulow's first vault, but it's right up there. Look at the height there from the platform.
Well, he's going to have to go some with his second vault to win back this title. Carlos Ulo has an average score of 14.866, but that was a very solid and a near perfect vault. Look, 14.8. He got the stick bonus. So, well, what can he deliver with his second vault? And can he score more than 14.866 and win back this title?
Well, that was wonderful first vault.
You can hear a pin drop out in Jakarta. He scored 14.7 in qualification with this second vault.
Needs to be just as precise. Up he goes, beautiful twist, and he is. What absolute magnificent vaulting.
How did he do that under the most extreme conditions? I mean, he's watched all the vaulters go. Carlos Ulo puts in an absolute beauty, and then he comes back with this. Well, this is going to be close.
It certainly is, because he'll pick up that 0.1. I mean, Ulo has, on difficulty, 4/10 more.
Yeah.
Now, he had a 14.7 in qualification with that vault. He's now equalled it, I feel, and got the stick. So I think that's another 14.8, which would just put him above 14.866.
It wouldn't get, he needs more than 14.9. Yeah.
Yeah, you see he's down 4/10, isn't he, on difficulty. So he's got to vault.
15. He's got to be up to a 15.
Oh, he nearly did it. 14.866. His average is 14.833 by a whisker. Ulo gets the title. Oh, my word. They've both been World Vault Champions before. It was a question of which way it was going to go. But Carlos Ulo is victorious ahead of Arta Dabchan. But at 33 years old, what a fight Dabchan put up there. Carlos Ulo wins back the vault title with a score of 14.866. Arta Dabchan finishes second, 14.833. And, well, Nazar Chupurny, 23 years old, the third highest qualifier. He gets the bronze for Ukraine. Brilliant. What a final. That was spectacular, wasn't it?
I do think, Matt, that's probably the best final we've ever seen. Like you said, we've gone from the heart in your mouth days to a real fabulous performance.
Well, that was something else. What a treat for everybody who watched that one. There's confirmation of how things look at the end of the vault final. Carlos Adriel Yulo of Philippines, he wins back the gold. Arta Davtyan tried everything to try and win it back, but he will settle for the silver in that battle, that's for sure. And then Nazar Japerny of Ukraine, he takes the bronze medal. But Brunami of Italy, he started the competition, created a brilliant benchmark, and the lads followed in absolute style. Beth, Sam in the studio. Beth, I mean, what a final that was for the first of our individual apparatus finals today. What a way to begin.
Yeah, I think I agree with Christine. It's one of the best vault finals I've ever seen. And you could really see the gymnasts actually going for those sticks, especially Davtyan going last. Under that pressure, he knew to be able to even compete with Carlos, he had to go for the stick landings due to the difficulty difference. And
yes.
I mean, we see him do so many World Cups, so many like kind of other major championships, and he is constantly landing these vaults as a stick. It's insane how hard they are. He makes them look so easy.
Sam, we've been talking about the fact that you don't feel so on edge now watching the vault final, but the key to that stick, what is it? How are they managing to do this? Out of all of that rotation and all of that twisting, then to get that well-deserved .1, what is the key to that?
Well, the job of the technique, Matt, is to put yourself in the right position to get the stick, and that all comes from the block. So if you watch Davtyan and Carlos hit the vault, they actually hit it very early on, so where the red part of that vault at the bottom is, they're just over that line. That gives them enough height in the air to do the rotation of the somersault or the twist and put themselves in the right position to open out just at the right time to get that stick. But the thing that blows me away, and I said this before Davtyan's second vault, he's stood there at the end of that vault thinking about the stick. He's not thinking about just putting on his feet like you guys were saying there in the studio. We used to watch vault. I'm sure I've put you in that position before in the past,
Sam, yeah.
crossing your fingers. Now you're so confident in their ability to perform these vaults. It really is coming down to can they stick it or not. And look, it went all the way to the wire. I think if Carlos hadn't have performed one of the most incredible vaults I think I've ever seen in my life, Davtyan would have took that title on any other day of the week. So what a final to watch.
Yeah, it was magnificent. And out come the finalists for the women's beam. Beth, this is one of the pieces of apparatus that hasn't really advanced much. I mean, we look at the table there from vault, you know, it's become much wider than the old horse that we used to have. At the beam, it's still the same length, it's still the same width, maybe a little bit more cushioning, but it's old school, isn't it, this event?
Yeah, I mean, some of the difficulties obviously improved, but I mean, this piece, it always comes down to who can hold the nerve. We quite often see those on the podium, it's whoever's stayed on, and we've seen throughout this championships a lot of people have had falls. We saw Melnikova during the all-around have a fall but still win that world title. So it'll be interesting today. We're just seeing the American coming out, Kaylor, but she's had a number of errors throughout this competition, so she'll be looking to hopefully kind of rectify that during this beam final.
Yeah. Now, the sort of the code of points changes a little bit as we move through the Olympic cycle. Certainly, it's changed at the end of one Olympic cycle as we move into another. So, with regards to the routines that we're going to see here, what are the judges looking for? What are the components and the elements that these gymnasts need to be including in these routines?
So, one thing that hasn't changed is we will be looking for an acrobatic series. So, the gymnast linking a somersault connection. And that's usually where a lot of the gymnasts can come a cropper. You'll see with Zhang, she is our top qualifier and did an unbelievable routine. And when you join three skills together, you get almost a series bonus. And if you watch throughout her routine, nearly every series she does, she tries to connect three elements together. And that is how she builds up her difficulty. Flavia, who we've got going up first for Brazil, she's been around on the scene for a long time and it's always been a beautiful beam worker. So I'm really looking forward to watching her.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you know, it's a very lonely piece of apparatus, this. Certainly with, like, floor and what have you, got a bit of music behind it, sort of helps with the atmosphere, but all eyes are on this piece of apparatus. Everyone in the arena feels
totally on edge watching it. So what's the key sort of mentally to being able to cope with that and get through all of that exposure? Because it's a very lonely place, the beam, is what I'm saying, Beth.
Yeah, it is, and you can literally, as a gymnast, you can hear yourself breathing. And obviously when you're in training, a lot of these gymnasts, they'll train in very busy gyms, they'll have music playing, they'll have a lot of kind of surround sound to it, and then suddenly you're in this world final and all eyes on you, and quite often it is deadly silent. But it's keeping that tempo. A lot of the gymnasts, you'll see they'll try and keep a fluid routine, and that's usually the best way to do it. When you start to see them hesitating is usually when the errors start to come through. But this piece, it's so difficult. The smallest bit of kind of adjustment and you can be off.
Yeah, and also then working your way up to a dismount, and it's very difficult anyway to do a round off onto the beam and then to launch yourself for a very acrobatic dismount too. So certainly when you put yourself through all of that for the routine, you've got to really focus on that precision in order to get the best launch possible for the dismount.
Yeah, I mean, the ones who will tend to be in the medals, you will see the big dismount, so you're looking for a 2.5 or a double tuck or a double pike. But like you say, Matt, it is only 10 centimetres wide, so the dismount for me used to be the scariest moment, doing a round off into a somersault. You will see a few gymnasts, I think during this final, where they use the gainer off the end, and that was just starting to come in towards the end of my career. But
and that's basically running off the end of the beam into a somersault,
taking off one leg and almost back somersaulting. But that's also a very difficult dismount to learn, and more from a confidence, because you've got to have the confidence you've got far enough away from the beam that you're not going to hit it on the way down.
Yeah, because it hurts, doesn't it,
this
piece,
does.
when you get it wrong. It really hurts, Yeah, OK, right, Beth, well, we'll let you enjoy this final as well, and let's have a look at the runners and riders here, Chris. So Flavia Zareva is going to be up first. She's the second highest qualifier, so obviously one of the favourites, as is the Chinese gymnast at the end. Who do you think is going to get this?
Oh, well, as long as she doesn't fall apart, the Chinese gymnast has got... Her difficulty score in qualification was 6.5.
Amazing.
Now, Flavia's was 5.5.
She actually ups it in the all-round.
Yes, she did.
Chinese
she
gymnast,
did.
Yeah, 6.7,
And you were saying to Beth that the beam hasn't changed very much. In fact, in terms of acrobatic skills, we probably see a little bit less ambition than we did 10 years ago. But that's because the judging system has changed to want a lot more dance work, a lot more leaps and jumps, not just acrobatic skill one after the other.
I mean, what I was referring to, the fact that the actual apparatus, the actual, do you know what I mean? It's so old school, isn't it? This literally a beam.
It is, and
it has got a bit more padding on top. I mean, at one point it was just a lump of wood.
It has a bit more padding, and you can get a sprung beam, but they're not allowed in competition.
Well, on we go then with the first of the competitors in the women's beam final. Flavia Zareva of Brazil, 26 years old. She's in the Olympic final and the world final back in 2019.
Well, she negotiated that mount well. She didn't quite get her hands on properly, but she didn't wobble. She's a very flexible gymnast. Flexible and powerful, quite beautiful. Lovely full spin. So there's requirements you have to fulfill. You have to do a sideways piece of dance. She showed us that perfectly. And here, as Beth was saying, the acrobatic combination, a backflip and a layout somersault. Well landed. And that's a leap she's very, very famous for. The change leg ring. She touches her head with her foot. And another of those jumps, and there's the three elements joined, the free walkover, the jump and the flip. Tiniest of wobble, but a good side somersault. And you have to join 2 leaps. They don't have to be so difficult. So she made sure with fairly simple leaps. Now, the big dismount. Plant your feet, lift up high, double pike. That will be a big challenge for a medal.
What a start for Soreva of Brazil. She's such a character on the world scene.
What we're seeing now, the longevity of the female gymnasts, and actually to think that in 2016 she was at the Olympics, she was 5th on the beam nearly 10 years ago, and actually coming through and enjoying the performance. I really love this routine because she is very charismatic, great choreography, lovely tempo and fluidity throughout the routine.
She's very popular with all the gymnastic fans throughout the world. See that jump where the head, it's very difficult. You have to take your head right back, lose sight of the beam.
And then get your feet back down underneath.
Absolutely.
And this is where some of these leaps we were talking about are as difficult as the big acrobatic skills which are on the beam. I mean, they might look easy, but the spins and the jumps.
And interestingly, this stick bonus isn't available on the women's side.
No, but you count 8 elements and you have to count your dismount. So you don't want to do just a straight back that's an A. You want to have a dismount of at least a D. So you have to, and you get 0.2 bonus for doing a D dismount. So it's in another sort of way encouraging the big dismount.
So what is the score going to be, and what is the benchmark, the bar, the beam level for this women's final? There's such a good feeling around these individual apparatus finals. All the specialists are out in force. Great celebration of the sport. All the nations coming together.
I mean, this just goes to show about you're going to have the really difficult routine against a routine which is, you know, a mark less, but the execution's going to be right up there.
She's very fluent. She dances well. She dances on the beam as opposed to sort of just survives.
Yeah.
They're taking the time with this one, the judges. Making sure that all those tenths are collected. Chris, it's word on the judging panel and how they actually come up with the score. The highest and lowest are rejected and an average is taken from the others.
Yes, 2 judges are doing the difficulty score, agreeing that.
Yeah, 13.9.
Up the difficulty as well, 0.2.
Yeah. So 13.9 is the score to beat, adding both the difficulty and execution together. Sugahara Aiko of Japan. She was in the all-round competition the other day, took a 7th place finish there. She's got the floor final to come as well today.
And starts off with a very good 3 series, difficult leap mount into a second leap and then a flip. Another very nice, fluent gymnast. Free walkover, strong. There's your 3 elements. So she's got 2 bonus series already. Here we go. 1 flip, 1 layout. That's the most popular acrobatic series, but also quite risky. And that was nicely performed, the full spin with the leg held to the face. Gaining her fluency now. Here's your sideways dance, a little bit of body popping. And that is very much what the judging system has tried to encourage, a little bit of personal style. And the change leg ring, I don't think quite as impressive as Flavia's. So another very good performance. Here comes the big double pike dismount.
Wow.
Well, that was a big D dismount.
And beautifully executed, and that's what it means. Superb stuff from the 26-year-old Japanese gymnast, Sugihara Aiko. A chance for the 5th highest qualifier.
Well, 2 for 2 so far in this women's beam final. Great view there, the flick into the layout somersault. I think very measured performance by Sugihara.
Well, she posted a 5.9 difficulty in the all-around competition. And she's gone all out again here in the individual apparatus final.
This would be my only question. Did she touch her foot to her head?
No.
Oh, well, not quite touched, but it got to the height of her head. It's in slow motion. It looks more impressive than it did
In real time.
So they're looking for a height of leg as opposed
to
to
touch the head as well.
I mean, I really like the routine, but for me, I just think Flavia had a bit more style. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
She just oozes style, and I think the change in the quarter point for the women is all about expressiveness. And once upon a time, I used to watch the beam and think, oh my word, this is the most boring piece of apparatus. you know what I mean? We were talking about it coming in this morning. I said,
that was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, I really like the beam now, I think, but they add in their own personality and the routines that have a good tempo and pace.
Well, performers will always do what the judging system requires, and the FIG have worked very hard to require a more complete performance.
Mama, she's saying my
Oh,
mama.
is she?
Yeah. Oh, she can't believe she's seeing her mum on the telly. She can't believe what you've just done in the beam final either, I tell you. Oh, wonderful scenes. Sugihara Aiko and the family having a great time in Jakarta. Well, let's hope it's a good score for you, Sugihara. Your mum will be pleased you're in the floor final as well today.
So there's a team of judges doing the execution. So every time they see a little mistake, they take a mark off. They also have to fill in boxes about the artistry, how they feel, how artistic it was.
Well,
Ooh.
she's gone into the lead. She's gone ahead of Sareva from Brazil with a score of 14.166.
Up the difficulty again.
Mum's over
Unhappy
the moon.
mother. Yeah.
Mum's over the moon. Well, talking of longevity, this is Ellie Black of Canada. She's the 4th highest qualifier. She's 30 years old. She won the Commonwealth Gold on beam back in 2014, so 11 years ago. Still going strong and still a threat for a medal in this women's beam world final.
Very impressive. She's such a great character within the sport. And she made that first series well. Oh, beautiful spin series. Double spin into back spin. Very much her own powerful style. And what a powerful front somersault. Now that beam is not sprung, and she's doing a beautiful high front somersault. A handstand into the flip, into the layout. Very nice. More comfortable landing on 2 feet than 1. So she brings the feet together in the layout. Floaty side somersault. That's hard to land. You lose sight of the beam. A little bit of her own style on that side somersault of dance. She has 10 seconds to dismount now. Here we go, round off. 2.5 twists. Great performance from Ellie Black.
Still got it, 30 years old. Beat that if you can. My word, that looked so secure throughout.
It did.
Never in doubt.
Lots and lots of repetition in the gym there, isn't there? I mean, she looked so solid from start to finish. Some really difficult skills as well.
Well, the great thing about competing till you're 30 is you've probably competed at the world stage for 15 years.
Yeah.
And she's been in, we've seen her fall in finals, we've seen her learn. She's doing skills that she's practiced for probably 20 years. And really, it's absolutely fantastic to see.
That was a
these
great
gymnasts.
angle, that tumbling on the beam. And you're right, Christine, it's not sprung at all.
That's incredible.
There's probably, when you get to this age in gymnastics, or in any sport, there's probably not a situation that you haven't been in. And that's what the young gymnasts or young athletes, it's all about the journey and the learning. And the only way you can get better is by failure. You go back, oh, I'm not going to do that again. So what we're seeing now is the complete package of, you know, 15, 20 years of gymnastics.
Well, Sugihara leads this women's beam final on a score of 14.166.
Well, these first three competitors, 2 at 26 and 1 at 30, they surely are experienced, like you say, Craig.
They will be stepping aside shortly because the younger ones come through. Got a 15-year-old in this final as well.
Wowzers.
So Ellie, double her age.
How could I, yeah.
But what a legend of the sport she is. What a role model
Absolutely.
for all those younger gymnasts. And
A coach there actually was in the Commonwealth Games team for Canada, David Kikuchi, back in 2002.
With you, Craig?
Yeah, and we beat him though. I'll just add that.
fans are in.
Oh, Matt. Be interesting to see. She had a 13.466. Chris, what do you think?
I don't think she'll have... it's not quite so classy. Not the beautiful pointed toes and legs of some of the gymnasts, but, you know, plenty of really dynamic work.
Well, she had a silver at the 22 Worlds, didn't she?
Yes, she did, yeah, fourth at the Olympics. And she's waiting, she's thinking, 13.6 for Ellie Black. She agrees. Bronze medal for her at the moment, with still a lot of gymnasts left to go, 5 more in fact. So the next gymnast is the bars world champion from yesterday, Kelia Nemo. She's 18 years old, 4th in the all-round competition.
Oh, and a big series there. The layout into a second layout, that's a big, impressive start.
Well, she fell on beam, didn't she, in qualification? Oh,
She did, but she's tumbling along with impressive style. She fell twice on the squat spin.
and still qualified for the final.
It will be interesting whether she includes it or not this time. That was very nicely done, the free walkover into 2 jumps.
And she fell in the all-around final, actually. It probably cost her the title.
Smooth in the 2 leaps, the change leg into the change leg half. Bonus marks for that. Very secure on that free cartwheel.
She means business
Now
here.
here we go. Just a single spin this time. She tried the double previously, which came to grief. But she really hasn't wobbled, has she? She looks so secure and confident. Big dismount here. Acrobatic series, 1 flip, 2, double pike. Just a step on the landing, but bonus marks for the 2 flips, and she'll be delighted to have put that routine to bed.
Great strategy to have gone slightly easier on the spin. It meant she would get through it, building the marks all the way through, and has Kélia Németh just won Algeria their first ever beam medal.
Well, interesting. If she'd have done that routine, she'd have probably been the all-around champion because it was that fall. But obviously the difficulty won't be the same then, will it, Chris? Because she opted for the single spin as opposed to the double.
No, it won't be, but she did upgrade her mount, which will probably compensate and get the 0.2 extra there.
I mean, it just shows the level of this athlete, doesn't it? The fact that she can change the routine, take something out, but then add another skill. I mean, it was beautiful as well. And we talked about Németh coming onto the world as this bar worker, and now she's turning into a real contender in an all-round capacity.
Well, there's still some very, very good gymnasts left to come in this beam final with some very high difficulty. The score to beat at the moment is 14.166. It's Aiko Sugahara of Japan.
Now this gymnast does have the beautiful pointed toes, right up, lovely straight legs. When she goes up on her toes, she goes right up on the toes. You can see the point as she works.
Very graceful, isn't she? She's like a ballerina on that piece of apparatus. I'm going to say that that's going to go into the lead. That's where I'm going for.
I think probably not because of the steps on landing on the dismount. Are we seeing it here? 1, 2, there we go, up into the dismount.
Big double pike though, so big difficulty.
But a little bit low with the chest. And 2 steps, that's probably 0.5 lost on that dismount. But lovely work on the beam.
Well, let's see what the judges think.
Well, she had a much better day yesterday than the day before in the all-round. Things really didn't go her way. She had so many moments in that all-round competition, but still sort of battled her way through and managed a 4th place finish with that many ups and downs for her all-around. It was a very impressive place finish for that.
I think she will be one of the significant gymnasts in the women's side this cycle. I expect her to be fighting for the all-round title come Los Angeles.
Totally agree with you there, Christine.
Yeah, and you know, she's just 18 years old, so she'll be prime, won't she?
And she's got that one huge piece that can score so much more than anyone else.
And you know, some gymnasts naturally look graceful, and this is one of those gymnasts, and I think the changes in the quarter point really suits her style of gymnastics.
Yes.
She's got the big skills, but she can make it look beautiful as well. Yeah, I reckon that we're probably looking at the Olympic champion. That's where I'm going to put my hat right now.
If she does a double spin on that beam routine, I mean, that's 6 on the difficulty. And then you think about the level of difficulty in bars. There's only 2 more pieces involved in the all-round.
Oh, look at that!
14.3! She's gone into the lead. It's a very, very big score. And that will be a challenge for even Zhang to beat.
It will, and the extra somersault that she put in the mount increased her difficulty.
3/10.
Yes.
Wowzers.
Dulcie Kélia next up. 17-year-old American gymnast.
Big change leg leap mount. Works out of it nicely. Now she's got an unusual pike forward before her acrobatic series, but a really solid acrobatic series. Free cartwheel with a step forwards. 2 strong leaps. And there's her series of 3 elements. She's very nice and fluent, elegant through the arms. Oh, and a bit of a wobble on that squat spin. It's catching a few of the gymnasts out here. Good, soft hands. And now that whistle means she's got 10 seconds to dismount. And again, look, she pikes right down before she does her 2 flips. Double, oh, what a shame there. I was commenting on the pike before the flip because there's a deduction for over-emphasis or over-preparation. And I think a lot of people would call that over-preparation.
Yeah.
But a shame, because the work on the beam was very nice indeed.
Well, interestingly, the American women haven't dominated as much at this World Championships as we've seen in the past. And obviously under a bit of a rebuilding phase. Obviously when you've had somebody like Simone Biles in your team flying the flag, the top level brings everybody up to that level.
But we are at the start of
yes,
this
we are.
Olympic cycle that you know, we keep talking about, and that build up to LA, and you've got to give these younger gymnasts the exposure, haven't you? They've got to feel what it's like to go out to the World Championships and compete. You know, Dulcie Kayla, she's 17 years old, World Championship debut.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't think any of them are tremendously experienced. They compete a lot in USA, where it's like competing at home all the time. It's a big change to come to Indonesia on different applicators, different crowd.
Yeah, and one of the things they tend to do as well is the scoring seems to be a lot higher in the States as well. So when they come away and they're going to get, you know, they're used to scoring a bit less than they do at home.
I think that can be quite off-putting to some of the gymnasts.
Yeah.
You know, they're used to scoring maybe a 14 and they come out with a 12 at a World Championships, and you know, it's not like you can hide the score. It's blazoned in front of you in the arena, and you know, however strong-minded you are, you feel, gosh, what did I do wrong there?
Well, there was no mistaking the error on the dismount, just didn't really have the height. But as you said, Matt, she's only 17 years of age, and you know, these gymnasts will be getting the opportunity to go out there representing. They have, you know, Asian Games, European Championships, Continental Championships, Worlds, Commonwealth Games, and these gymnasts have got to grasp the opportunity. Just like in any football team, you get opportunity to sub onto the pitch. You know, you're waiting in the wings, you've got to grasp it, and some athletes rise to the occasion and some don't. So I think we'll see a lot of changes over the next couple of years of gymnasts getting the opportunity.
But like you said earlier, Craig, this is her first opportunity on the international stage. She's made mistakes, but she'll go back and put those right at home.
11.8 for Dulcie Kayla. 5 on the difficulty, 6.9 on the execution. The next gymnast from Singapore is Amanda Yap. Now, she is young. She's just 15 years old. Needs to be 16 in the year of competition. But a great achievement to be in this world final at 15 years old.
Tremendous achievement, and that was a fabulous leap as well. Strong with the acrobatics.
Wow.
Brought those feet down most emphatically. Very elegant. To be soft and elegant on beam, you need to really have good flexibility, and she looks like she has that for sure. There we go, strong free walkover, 2 excellent jumps, no hesitations there.
Oh my
and
word.
Strong and powerful as well. Beautiful foot placement as she landed. You have to work with your feet one in front of the other on the beam when you land on somersaults. Not room enough for 2 feet together. Here we go, 1, 2, 1.5
Wow.
twist. Well, a lovely beam routine from a very young gymnast.
Definitely one of the best, and I tell you what, when I tell you the story, you won't quite believe it, but she qualified for this beam final. She then flew back home to Singapore to do an exam, and then she's flown back to come into the final. She's 15 years old. That is incredible.
Isn't it just? And actually, for 15 years of age, the maturity and being able to handle the nerves. I mean, just when you hear about that story, it just tells you something about the mental strength of this athlete, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you qualify, go home, do your exam, come back, compete in a world final. Oh, what did you do over the weekend? Oh,
Yeah.
I just went to Jakarta and did a world beam final, but I'll be back for school on Monday.
To me, it looks like one of the best routines we've seen. I mean, it was so crisp.
Very crisp, and like I said, she's got very good flexibility. She can jump as well. I can tell you, doing a front somersault along that rock-hard beam is not easy. You have to have powerful legs.
Well, she'll be down a little bit on the difficulty. I mean, forgive her that, but execution-wise, very, very impressive. What a star of the future we're watching here.
Well, I think the main thing is, look at that, all the way through the beam. Like, she has to take that, regardless of where she finishes, probably got the lowest difficulty of the field. But actually, when you look at her performance on the beam, some of the landings, probably the most solid we've seen.
She's obviously very well taught. You know, like her technique on the beam is very good. It'll be quite possible to build her difficulty.
Yeah, I mean...
Very nice classical work. And although they haven't gone for the big dismount or anything, she's working well within her capabilities, which is what you want to see in gymnastics. Super 1.5 finish.
Well, the third place spot at the moment is 13.9. Ellie Black's in fourth with 13.6. And she scores a 13.333. She's in fifth.
Yeah, difficulty down at 5.4, and that's what, but a good execution score, 7.9, teetering towards the 8s.
Well, I hope we do see her again in a world final. I really enjoyed that. Well, next, we have the third highest qualifier from Romania. This is Sabrina Mănecă-Voinea. She's got a 6.2 on the difficulty.
And this is full of difficulty, just wait for it. Here we go, round off, full twisting, straight back somersault. One of the most difficult skills you can do on the beam. Cleanly through the leap series. And another big acrobatic series here, backflip. Oh, what a shame. She'd done the most difficult. And then the layout somersault. She didn't work the all around. She's qualified for beam and floor, and that was a well-negotiated double spin. Jam-packed this routine. So we've seen free walkover, free cartwheel. We've seen lots of good acrobatic skills, but you have to include 3 non-acrobatic skills. So we saw a good change leg half leap there. Double spin. Nice body movement. Now she needs to focus hard. Here we go, round off flip, double tuck. Really, it's got all the ingredients for a great routine, just that little slip in the middle.
Yeah, what a shame. She took a silver medal last year at the European Championships on beam. But Nemo and Sugihara both guaranteed a medal now. What colour will it be? Have to wait and see until the last gymnast goes, but Monika Wojnia will not challenge after that fall.
Well, it's such a shame because it is a very difficult routine. Not often you see, you know, a straight back somersault on the beam, let alone with a full twist. And we've often seen, I mean, beam is such a tricky piece of apparatus anyhow, but when you're putting skills with this difficulty, Chris, there is the great risk as well as the great reward.
Exactly. And she's sort of, the trouble is, she's landed the difficult full twist. Now she goes for the relatively easier straight back, and it's easy to let your concentration slide, having really focused on that first big element. She does well here, though.
So is that a 2 and a 2.5?
No.
Did she overturn?
She overturned, but she didn't make 2.5. And that is a change calf, and they might not credit it because your feet have to be all the way round. Her feet were not quite all the way round.
But I think, again, this is going to be another one of the gymnasts that will be challenging for LA in a few years' time.
Well, she's 18, so again, it'd be perfect for her.
That's impressive. That is so impressive, the round-off flip dismount into the double back. You know, you're linking 3 skills there, all with flight.
And a nation like Romania, it's just been out of the scenes for a while, have got a huge tradition on the beam and the floor.
As has a mum next to her, Chris.
Yes, Kamila Wojnia. Very famous for her body-popping floor routine in the 80s. And the double straight into punch front, which her daughter now does as well. We'll be seeing her again in the floor final.
Yeah, there's one gymnast left to go in this women's beam. 12.533 for Sabrina Monika Wojnia of Romania.
Even without that fall, she'd have struggled. Just a few too many deductions.
Well, the next gymnast got a bronze medal in the all-round competition. She finished 6th at the World Championships 2 years ago, but she's the highest qualifier for this beam final. It's the 18-year-old Chinese gymnast. This is Zhang Qingying. She has a 6-7 capability on the difficulty side, which she did in that all-round competition.
1, 2, 3. There we are. That's how you start. 2 difficult leaps and a flip to get your first series of 3 underway. Oh, and very good, the round off straight, and she manages the split jump out of it, showing real mastery. Going for all her combinations here. Change their quarter, straddle jump, back flip across the beam. It's so original. It's a very measured. I suspect the only deduction from the judges would be a little bit of lack of pace. Like there's quite pauses before her moves. Oh, wow, that was really impressive, those 3 jumps and leaps. Beautifully up on her toes. So there's barely been a flicker or a murmur. Here it comes, double pike, just the pace. That is a routine that will take the gold, I'm sure.
Well, a golden performance from Zhang Qingying on beam. The score to beat is 14.3, held by Kélia Nemo of Algeria. Sugihara currently in second, 14.166, and I'm sure Sarajevo of Brazil will be knocked out of the medals after that performance.
And it looked every ounce the performance of qualification. She had 14.366. I mean, to go right at the end of the competition. And we've only actually had one fall in this beam final. So, again, real testament to the quality of the field. And I think I'd have to agree with you, Christine, it just slightly edges above.
Yeah.
The relief on her face, gosh.
Yes, I agree, Matt. She looked so calm, didn't she? And yet, once over, she almost could not stop the tears.
I mean, look at that skill there. The back somersault across the beam. It's got great extension as well. Look at the quadriceps, tight toe point.
This is difficult, this jump. Oh, no, sorry, they're showing us again the straddle jump.
But that's actually a good angle because it can show the flexibility.
Yeah, she's very flexible in the Achilles. She can take a very soft landing on the beam. If you watch when she lands those jumps, she can bend the legs, really go down low before she rebounds into the next jump.
Well, Namor had a 6.2 on difficulty. And she's just performed, if it's same as qualification, 6.5. That's if she got all the combinations.
There we are,
Christine, do you
see.
think she got all of them?
Yes, I think so. She did. There was only in the middle where she just did 2 elements rather than 3, which might have affected it. But I think she got most of what we saw the previous day.
Big dismount as well, the double pike bike, plenty of height.
So often the gymnasts from China have come here with wonderful beam routines and fallen. So it's wonderful to see a successful performance.
Well, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, didn't we, about they used to performing so near to perfection. So if they're slightly off, that's when their errors slip in. But that was a fabulous beam final. All 8 gymnasts, Christine.
Yeah.
1 fall by Vonya, but it's rare you see a beam final as packed with quality as that.
It was very good, especially as in the all-around. The beam had been really not a happy place, whereas today, very good. Here we go. And 15.166, a huge score, 6.9 in difficulty, 8.2 in execution. That is one of the best beam routines you'll see.
Wow, and what a margin over second place, 7/10, just to go in there and hit such a difficult routine. And that'll push Sarajevo from Brazil into 4th place, but you can't argue with the winner there, can you, Chris?
Beautiful pictures of the gymnasts all together, taking photos. There's tremendous camaraderie. But no, this is an emphatic win, as emphatic as Nemor's was on bars, really.
Well, Namor takes the silver and Sugihara of Japan the bronze. But the new women's world champion on the beam from China goes to Zhang Xingying.
And I think Namor would feel that was a victory for her as well, getting through that beam routine and on the medal table. So Zhang Qingqing, 15.1, only the second occasion of this championships on the women's side that we've seen a 15. Kalia Namor takes the 2nd place and Aiko Sugihara takes 3rd. Flavia has to put up with 4th for what was an absolutely charming routine.
2 of the finals of the 5 done. What a great time we're having watching these this morning. It's absolutely superb, and we started with an absolute stomach. We'll get to the beam in a little while, but let's rewind time back to vault. I mean, it was up in the rafters. It was everything we wanted from a vault final. We've got the chance to have a look at Carlos Yolo. He took the gold medal in absolute style with what we were both saying, Sam, was one of the best vaults we've ever seen. He's phenomenal, isn't he, Carlos Yolo?
He really is, Matt. Just built for this apparatus. You can see there with the pike dragolescu. It's not that long ago we were so impressed with a tuck dragolescu. To see it in the pike position, it's so much more difficult because you rotate so much slower, and to be able to open out and get that half twist in without bending your legs is just incredible. Looks like he's improved it since Paris. I mean, it was great in Paris, but looks even better here in Indonesia at the World Championships. And like I said, Matt, I genuinely think that's probably the best forwards vault I've ever seen.
It is. I mean, the difficulty level is incredible. Where does he go from here? I mean, does he just keep replicating that, or does he try and do it in a straight position?
I think, honestly, Matt, this vault will be set now. He just keeps trying to do it like that. Obviously, we see that consistency of Davtjan sticking that vault nearly every single time he does it, but I think for Carlos it's working on that second vault and getting his difficulty up to the 5-6, because I think all of the best vaulters in the world now, and Jake said it himself after the competition, the qualification, he said, right, I need a second 5-6 vault now. So I think it's a race to see who can get 2 5-6 vaults.
Yeah, and Davtjan in his 30s, he had to wait to be the last vaulter to go. Beth, this was incredible. What a response to Carlos Yolo.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously seen Carlos Yolo and he knows he's got that 4/10 advantage over his vault.
Yeah.
But he knows he's also got the opportunity to get that stick bonus, and you're almost getting that 0.2 back because other gymnasts will be taking the step plus the step bonus, stick bonus. So what a response there. You've got the handspring with the 2.5 as well. But thing is, it wasn't a fluke. We've seen him on the world circuit doing these vaults quite often to nail the landings. Me and Sam were discussing how intense that is to actually do that.
Yes, and actually how different those 2 vaults of Davtjan's are, because it's one thing to stick a landing, isn't it, when you're in the same plane, if you like, but when you're twisting, very different to try and open out and then stick. I mean, it's almost harder, I would say, to stick a twisting vault than it is to stick one that's a forward rotating. Or
I'd say the same. And between the 2 vaults, Matt, I'd say the twisting vault, there are less built-in deductions. What I mean by that is in the double somersault, generally speaking, most of the gymnasts will have their legs quite wide, so that's an area to take deductions, but it seems like that vault is easier to stick. We saw the gymnast from Ukraine nearly sticking that vault too. But in terms of just his ability to stick those 2 vaults, I can't get my head around it. Absolutely, it's mastery on an apparatus, that is.
Yeah. Dare I ask this question? Yes, I dare, because I'm a bit of a risky guy. How would Jake have fared in the mix there?
Well, with Jake, he does have that 5-6 vault, and we only saw that from Carlos in this final, so that gives him such an advantage in terms of the difficulty. It's a shoulda, woulda, coulda situation. I'm sure Jake is more than happy with his gold medal on the floor, but he will be going back now. And I know that both Jake and Harry back home are working on 5-6 vaults. And for Jake, I think it's going to be very exciting to see that long break from this World Championships until that Europeans. That, to me, looks like enough time to learn a new vault.
OK.
No pressure, Sam.
No. He was unlucky in qualification, didn't get to qualify for that that vault final, but his aim was to try and get in there and be in the mix for those medals. But the future, we'll find out what happens, won't we? We haven't got long to wait, Tim. Let's have a look now back at the beam. We've just seen it. It was absolutely incredible. Let's start with Kelia Nemo, who did brilliant on bars yesterday. Absolutely surpassed herself. The pressure was on here because she fell twice in qualification. She managed to get through, Beth, and get up onto the medal podium.
Yeah, I mean, both routines we've seen her do, qualification and the all-around, she's had errors, so it will play on your mind, but this routine was great. She upgraded the mount and then just continues to put the big combination tumbles. It's like she's on floor. She uses the flick to 1 to flick to 2 into the straight back, and then she also uses that to build up for the dismount as well. Interestingly, she will have had the conversation. I said to Sam beforehand, I'm sure she'll take the double spin out,
yeah.
Which we saw that she did, because ultimately she's obviously been having issues with it. But a very solid routine, and it's hard when you become a world champion. You then got all the kind of, you have to do the press side of it. You then want to go and celebrate with your family. You're on such a high. You've then got to go home and go to your hotel, try and get some sleep to be back out the next day. So it's a roller coaster of emotions as well, to then calm yourself right down to be able to get onto a 10 centimetre beam.
She's 18 years old. Craig said in commentary that he thinks we're looking at potentially the all-round champion at the Olympics. Are you in the same camp as that?
She's definitely going to be one that contends over the next 4 years. She's got areas that she can improve on. Obviously, we know on beam she's got elements there that she can upgrade the difficulty. She's just started using the double twist again on vault, which we saw her compete here, but by all means is not perfected yet, and then on floor as well. So she's definitely one of the gymnasts to be watching. The one thing I really noticed about that beam final is we only had one fall. That is very uncommon. We normally see quite a few falls.
We saw a lot, actually, didn't we, on beam, actually, throughout these championships. But, well, one gymnast that certainly didn't fall was Zhang, the last gymnast up. And, I mean, we thought potentially he was going to go 6-7 on the difficulty. She actually ended up going for a 6-9.
Absolutely incredible, Matt. And I remember watching her routine in the women's all-around final and just noticing how confident and aggressively she attacked that routine. And it's the same today. I heard Chris say there on commentary, she almost absorbs those landings. I've never really seen that from many Chinese beam workers in the past. She just doesn't even flicker. She looks so confident. Beth's been sat here teaching me all about beam and what the skills are worth.
Not that I was any
good.
But
Have you enjoyed it?
I've really enjoyed it. Look, I have the most respect for the gymnasts that get up on the beam more than any of the other apparatus in men's or women's. I had the opportunity to coach some young girls on beam, and they're so brave, and it's just an incredibly impressive apparatus.
Yeah. I think the one thing from this, a lot of coaches especially will be taken away. She is building that difficulty because of the 3 series connection bonus. So I think a lot of coaches will be looking at that thinking, how do we replicate that with our gymnasts? Because the 6-9 difficulty, when you look at the rest of the field, they're around that 5-7, 5-8. She's a mark just in difficulty.
Yeah. I mean, this seems to be where the sport's going, doesn't it? I mean, you know, at the start we were wondering, is it a good idea to start introducing this difficulty and this execution? You had the very famous perfect 10, and then that went by the wayside with the addition of all the difficulty. But, I mean, how do you separate them unless you're pushing the envelope of what's humanly possible and then rounding it up with executions?
Yeah, and we're probably seeing, I think, from Kalia and the Chinese athlete here on the beam, the front runners that have got out the gate the fastest have figured out the code, the structure of that routine, and they've got that huge advantage. And I think it's a question of how does everybody else catch them up over the next few years. And I think with Namor there, she'll probably look at that bars routine and go, that's pretty set now for this Olympic cycle. If I want to challenge all around, what's my next strongest apparatus? And we've probably seen that here in the beam. Reminds me a little bit of Max. Max was always an incredible pommel horse worker. Then he turned his attention to floor, and that's why he became such a great all-around gymnast. And I think that's probably what Kaylee Namor's going to do. And I think with the athlete here on the beam, Zhang, she's probably going to do the same thing. I think her beam is her super strength, and that's going to help her all-around score.
I mean, it's an interesting perspective, certainly for the older gymnasts, but then you look at the younger ones and what they can achieve in the next 4 years. I mean, just looking at Amanda Yap there, 15 years old. I said the story in commentary that she qualified, then she went home, did an exam, and then came back into the final at 15 years old. And you look, I mean, I thought, for me, that was one of the most impressive performances in that beam final, purely because of her age and what she's managed to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't yet got the difficulty, but she's got the time to build that. But her strength of character to get up in that, it's such a different environment. It's so hard to replicate being on a beam, any world final, you are on your own. The whole stadium is watching you, whereas nearly every other competition that you compete in, there's 3 or 4 other apparatus going on, depending which competition it is. So suddenly, to be on your own, that's a lot of pressure. But she handled it.
She did. I bet she smashed her exam as well, don't you?
I'm sure she did.
Very impressive, very impressive. Now, our next live action is the men's parallel bars final, which is in about 15 minutes' time. So we've got some time to catch up with our new gold and silver medalists out in Jakarta. Jake Jarman became the floor world champion after a closely fought battle with his teammate Luke Whitehouse to that title. It meant a British 1-2 for the first time in a decade. And I started by asking them how they celebrated their win last night.
I think like one of the first things we did after the medal ceremony was just finding our family that were there to like in the crowd supporting us.
Yeah.
I just remember going up to the audience with Luke and saying, "I'll catch each other in a bit." I went to find my parents, and then Luke went to find his. It's a nice moment to be able to kind of just. It's like all that hard work's paid off and you kind of get to share that.
Absolutely. I mean, Luke, it was a tentative wait for you, wasn't it? Because you didn't know whether or not you were going to actually have the opportunity to go for a medal as far as qualification was concerned. So how was that wait, finding out if you were going to be in the final or not?
Yeah, probably one of the hardest waits I've had. It was probably the worst routine I did in qualification this whole year. And at the end of the day, I was in 8th position. So with all the subdivisions to come the next day, like, I thought I was out of it. But yeah, scraped the final and then, yeah, that's...
So with all of that in mind, Luke, how did you approach that final and what were you thinking as you were going through your routine? Because it was getting better and better, wasn't it, as you were going through? So how did you keep your composure?
I always knew, like, in every routine I do, if I start off with, like, a good triple back, I can just build from there. I just focused on the individual tumbles and then towards the end, I nearly forgot my balance actually because I was getting a bit excited, but yeah, just focusing on them individual tumbles and then at the end it was just a relief to kind of get through the routine.
You set an unbelievable benchmark and then there was a warm-up between, wasn't there, between you both? So Jake, I mean, what were you thinking about having to go out and actually try and beat your teammate to get the gold?
Yeah, it's there's a lot of pressure behind it. It can easily make you crumble. I think seeing the likes of Carlos, you know, perform his routine and then Luke set that standard, I kind of thought in my head, like, I need to go all out.
Yeah.
Just do the best routine I can, go for them landings. And then, like Luke saying, it's just about going through each tumble step by step, not trying to overcomplicate things. Because, you know, it's so easy to just make one small mistake that can just put you out of that podium position.
Well,
yeah,
Jake, you are the only man to win a World Championship title on 2 different pieces of apparatus. The only woman to do it is sitting to my left-hand side. So the pair of you are in this very exclusive club. Beth, what did you make of it? What would you like to say to Jake?
I mean, a huge congratulations, Jake. What an amazing achievement. And you kind of had us on the edge of our seats. But I think for me, we've been hearing so much back here about how hard the apparatus has been, how the gymnasts have been struggling to adjust to the floor and the vault. How have you kind of found it? And Luke as well, like, have you struggled with the floor?
For me, at the beginning, it felt really soft. Definitely in like the training halls, but in kind of the back gym and on the actual podium where we compete, I thought it was pretty similar to Gym Nova, to be fair.
I think equipment is it's one of them things, you know, everyone's in the same boat. I'm normally probably one of the first people to complain about equipment being, you know, below a certain standard, just because I'm quite particular about, you know, about the equipment that I'm competing on or training on. But I think just, yeah, realizing everyone's in the same boat, everyone's got to compete on that specific equipment, it makes it a lot easier. And, you know, at the end of the day, you can't change anything about it. So it's kind of one of them things you just have to get on, put that out of your mind and just try and do the best job you can.
Lads, I've got Sam Oldham here as well. I'm sure he wants a word.
Congratulations, boys. Me and Beth got told off for celebrating in the studio too loud when you did your routines. But I just wanted to know, how hard is it to peak just at the right time at the end of the year after an already very busy year that you've both had?
I think timing it is like knowing how long it takes to do a competition prep is really important. So for me, if I see that a competition's at the end of the year, okay, I start to work backwards. So it's like 12 weeks before the competition date is normally when I kind of start doing my comp prep. I follow that plan to make sure that I'm peaking at the right moment. I'm not peaking too early. And also I don't go to a competition I'm prepared.
Jake, your face when you saw the score, you couldn't quite believe it. I mean, you're so animated anyway. You're brilliant to watch, not just with your gymnastics, but with like your general reactions, you know, your face when you landed vault previous competitions. You're so entertaining. You obviously love the sport. You love what you're doing out there, and all of that is coming through into your gymnastics, Jake.
I think, like, for me, when I'm competing, it's like with something like floor where there's 8 elements, there's so much that can go wrong in a routine. There's so many points where you could just make a mistake. I'm thinking the whole time, just stay on your feet,
Yeah.
and you'll be fine. So I don't really pay attention to like how well I might have done or how bad I might have done. So to see a score like that is more or less a complete shock to me, and quite unexpected.
Well, Indonesia is a beautiful part of the world. So how are you going to relax after winning your medals now? What's the plan?
Well, we've got holidays planned.
Oh, yeah, where are you
So
going?
I'm off to Bali. Bali for a little holiday with my family, and then
Yes.
back to training, I guess.
Same for you, Jake?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the Philippines and see some family over there.
Oh, beautiful. Lads, you are absolutely incredible. Flying the flag over there for Great Britain in the most sensational style. So, huge congratulations. Well done. All the best, lads. See you when we do. We're going to the coffee shop in Salford. Doesn't sound so grand, does it? But Bali, absolutely superb. Wonderful for them to catch up with us first thing this morning. And what a team they are part of. I mean, when you think actually of the Commonwealth Games that are on the way, the European Games, and then the World Championships again, and actually all of those competitions will have team events in them, Sam.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting year next year. Not only do we have 3 major championships in the Europeans, the Commonwealths and the World Championships, we also have some really exciting juniors coming up.
Yeah.
So the junior guys are now the European champions again for the first time in a while. They're going to compete at the Junior World Championships just next week. So it's going to be very exciting and very difficult, once again, just to make that team. I mean, there's so much talent across all of the apparatus. Next year, it really becomes a battle of how do I fit into this team and position myself in a place where it's going to be very difficult for somebody to take my spot out of that team moving forwards.
Tough job for the selectors, but great problem to have as far as Great British Gymnastics is concerned. Well, 2 key members of the men's team are Courtney Tulloch and Joe Fraser, who we will see in the high bar final at around 11:15. And as part of a special film commissioned for Black History Month, they've been reflecting on their careers so far.
What has been the highlight of your career so far?
The first thing that comes to my head, World Championships in Liverpool 2022, winning my first world medal and then coming away from that competition with 2 bronze medals in the team and then on rings. And you know how that team competition went. We're in last place with 3 apparatus to go. And to finish with a bronze medal for me was just insane because I thought it was all over.
Yeah, that was a historic one. I think for me, would probably my world title. I went into an interview shortly after the comp and the interviewer said to me that I was the first black male world champion, and I found that so hard to believe, but to know that I was able to be the first and hopefully inspire some children or the next generation moving forwards was quite a big moment for me, and I think that kind of paved the way of my next steps in my career.
Yeah.
And for you, like being the first black British male to win a medal on rings at a World Championships, how does that feel?
Yeah, I couldn't really believe it. Like I said, I found that out today. I was asking chat, like GBT, like, is this real? Like, now and then there's a few times like you look on Twitter and Instagram and after a comp and you see like first person to do this, first person to do this and that, and it does get you, it does make you think like, wow, it's incredible.
Have you faced any racism as a gymnast?
The only thing I've had was, it was in 2014, my first World Championships in Nanning. Came down for breakfast one day and this lady in the hotel was like, oh, can we do a quick interview? And I was like, yeah, no problem. She like put a little camera on and then was like, where you from? And I was like, oh, Great Britain. And then she was like, just stopped and like paused and looked at me funny and was like, but you black man, that's what she said. And wow. I was like, whoa, I was like, didn't know how to take it. I was like, and then I just sort of slowly walked away and went back to eating my breakfast, and I was just so confused. I don't even know if it's racism or just sort of being not aware to what goes on in the situations that you can be black and be from Great Britain or yeah. So I don't know what it was. Yeah, moving on.
Who are your role models?
Nice.
Yeah. For me, I think Lewis Smith was probably the biggest role model, especially as a young gymnast coming up through the ranks. Seeing what he was able to achieve, you know, out in Beijing and then London and then Rio, being able to see someone on a world stage winning all of these medals was definitely something that inspired me most. But what about for yourself?
For me, I just remember there was a moment when I was a kid and I walked into East London gym. I saw Kanakai Jackson running down the vault and he did this handspring double front. And it just blew my mind. And then from then I just remember thinking like, I'm gonna like follow him and watch him, see what he does and throughout his career. And he's some sort of like, I'd say mentor.
Yeah.
If I ever need to ask him anything, he always replies. And as a role model, just a perfect person to look up to in my eyes. And just thankful he was like that. But like you said as well, Lewis Smith, what a guy. What a guy. He's taught me a lot as well. So hopefully we've done them proud.
Yeah, I'm sure we have.
Yeah.
Themselves are brilliant role models, the pair of them, they really are. And Joe Fraser will be going in the high bar final in about an hour and a half's time. And to mention as well that Ruby Evans and Abby Martin will be going in the floor final. That's at about 10:30. But yeah, great lads, they really are. I have to mention Kanakai Jackson actually, because he's been like that since he was about 11 or 12 years old, because we were in the junior British squad together, and I remember Kaj, he was absolutely superb lad. Who were your role models growing up? Who did you look up to?
Within gymnastics, I always loved watching Lilia Pokipayeva, 96 all-around champion. She just had a bit of everything, the artistry, the power.
Yeah.
Her floor routine I just watched over and over from the 96 games.
Yeah. For you, Sam?
Well, actually, interestingly, the first piece of gymnastics I ever got told about was my dad had been watching the Commonwealth Games while I was in the gym training. And he said, Kanakai Jackson's done a triple somersault on the vault. And I was like, what's that?
Yeah.
So for me, that was the first piece of gymnastics. But when I was a gymnast, I think Hiroyuki Tomita really did have a huge influence on my gymnastics.
That hair.
Just style, big hair. Him winning the gold medal for Team Japan at the Athens Olympics, that's the first Olympics I watched on TV, and that really inspired me.
Yeah. Well, Joe Fraser, who we saw in that VT there, he won the World Parallel Bars Championship, which is what we are about to enjoy now. So, Sam, while they're just warming up, let's have a little chat. I mean, you were brilliant on P-Bars yourself. So let's just talk through the ultimate routine, really, and what these judges are going to be looking for and what the gymnasts are going to be performing here.
Well, hopefully, Matt, we're going to see the ultimate routine. So Zhu Jingyuan of China probably does the most dominant routine in men's gymnastics, very similar to Kaylin Moore. And what you're looking for are the skills under the bars, where the gymnast will be in a hang. Look a little bit like the skills you're going to see performed on the high bar a little bit later on. But now, because we've got those 8 skills, you can't just use one certain family of gymnastics elements to build your D score. You have to have a real balanced routine. So there are a lot more upper bar skills that you're going to see, skills where the gymnasts start in the upper arms, and the double backs between the bars have now come back into the routines. And quite a lot of these gymnasts you're going to see do big dismounts. So I noticed that in the qualification round, and also the all-around final, we saw a double back somersault with a full twist from the neutral athlete. We're going to see Donnell Wittenberg do a great double front half turn. So very exciting routines we're going to see here. Yeah,
Donnell was victorious on rings yesterday, becoming Team USA's first ever rings world gold medalist. And he's a strong contender here in this final as well, Beth. His shoulders are massive, but you can move the bars out, can't you, to adjust them? Similar to the uneven bars, actually.
Yeah, so you'll see when the gymnasts are preparing to go on the bars, they get a certain amount of time to prepare. One will be how wide the bars go, and quite often you see it kind of judging it with your arm so that they can see how wide, but they also like to prepare the bars similar to the asymmetric bars. Whether they have honey, whether they have chalk, they'll go along and make sure the grip is just right. And on P-bars, every lad seems to like it very, very different. Even within the British team, you see a lot of different preparation between each of the lads.
Yeah, that's right, Beth. And in the warm-up on the parallel bars, you get an extended warm-up time. So normally on an apparatus, you have 30 seconds. On the parallel bars, you have 50, and that's so you can prepare the bars, set them to the right width. And I noticed in the all-around final, Matt, there's a gymnast here from Colombia that's probably performed the most unique routine I've seen of the whole championships, Angel Bajaras. So really look out for that, because he's doing some elements that I've never seen from anybody else. So that's going to be great. And we've got the Japanese, obviously. We've got Oka Shinosuke, Olympic champion. Hasn't gone so well for him at this championship, so he's going to be looking for a bit of redemption. We have a new Japanese gymnast that's really exciting, very young. Again, has a bit of a different routine, and will feature in the high bar final. So should be a great final, this one.
Tomoharu, yeah, he's just 19-year-old. Actually, is his Bajaras as well. He's just 19, so there's some really young ones coming through. And you know, we were saying about the Olympic cycle. Here we are, early doors. Obviously, our first chance to see a lot of the gymnasts that are competing as neutral athletes as well. What have you made of those, Beth? Actually, through these championships?
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got the skills, they've got the elements. Melnikova has relied on the experience to be able to come back onto the world stage. Some of the younger gymnasts that have come in, we've seen they've got the skills, they haven't necessarily got the competition experience. It is very different competing on a domestic stage versus competing internationally. So I think they are gymnasts to watch out for over the next cycle, for sure.
Well, we are going to start this men's parallel bars final with one of those neutral athletes. This is Daniel Marinov. He's the 8th highest qualifier. So I'll hand over to Christine Still and Craig Heap in the commentary box. And guys, I'll come and join you.
Thank you, Matt. And for me, probably one of the most exciting finals of the day, the men's parallel bars. I mean, Zhu Jingyun of China, he is nearly a full mark above the rest of the field. Christine, such an exciting performer. Not many gymnasts will score over 15, but he seems to do it with ease.
Well, and China really have always had such wonderful parallel bar workers. We say that countries are particular experts at certain pieces, and for me this is probably China's best piece. So the competition within their country to make the team is very great already. So you know you're seeing the best of the best here.
Well, funny you should say that, because China have 2 gymnasts in this parallel bar final, and so do the Japanese gymnasts. Parallel bars and high bar, traditionally strong pieces of apparatus for these countries. Our first neutral athlete, as Matt said, will be up first. He's a real all-rounder, this competitor, and it's really difficult if you're an all-rounder to get into a final. This gymnast we're going to see him in 3 finals today, so testament to the strength of his all-round capabilities. Qualified in 8th place, so he'll have to put in a good routine. .2 in qualification with a 5-7 difficulty. Let's see what Marinov can do. Lovely sharp straight arm work. So only 8 moves on the apparatus now, so every skill needs to be as difficult as can be. Oh, just that little adjustment there. Lovely height and flight, and as Sam was saying there, these routines now have real variety. Certain skill elements gymnasts must do, and a little hesitation there. Got this big dismount, double back with the full twist. Oh, nearly got the .1. Good
love
solid
that.
start, Chris.
Love that dismount. And he doesn't make a big song and dance about it, does he? Whips it over.
It was a very efficient routine, wasn't it? Packed it in, got all the moves in, and then a beautiful dismount, as you say.
You were saying, Craig, that he's in 3 finals here. This is the gymnast that did 5 fantastic pieces all around, and on rings, a very short routine of about 5 moves.
Very low
with
difficulty,
a 3-1 difficulty. We feel there must have been some sort of injury stopping him do more, because really he'd have been a serious contender all around with a decent rings routine.
Absolutely, and Sam was thinking, oh, maybe, you know, maybe he's had shoulder surgery and that, but when you look at this routine, you cannot perform for this level on parallel bars with any shoulder injury whatsoever. So, unless there's there's obviously a reason behind it. Matt, and when you were coming in, I was just talking about, you know, for an all-round gymnast to qualify for an individual apparatus final is some feat. This gymnast, yeah, 3 today.
Yeah, he's certainly one to watch LA-wise as well.
Yes,
if they're allowed to compete, that is. Yeah.
That is, yeah. He wasn't faultless here. He did just have a couple of little steps, didn't he? But a very impressive young man. There we are. There's that. Look how close he goes to the bar. Wow. I bet you catch yourself on that a few times.
Yeah, well, 14.7 was his qualification score. Well, sorry, he scored that in the all-round, actually. Put in a 14.2 in qualification, so he can really challenge here. 14.466 is what he's awarded in this individual apparatus final.
Up the difficulty as well, 5.9.
Maybe in the mix, we'll have to wait and see. Well, here is Donnell Wittenberg. Took a gold yesterday on rings, making history. 6th highest qualifier here for parallel bars. He has a 5.8 difficulty, so he's not going to hold back either.
Well, I think he has the bars the widest they can go to get those shoulders through. Flying high yesterday, as you said, Matt. Not too shabby on this piece of apparatus as well. Such a powerful gymnast. Look, pops up into the handstand. Lovely long swing. Watch this, kicks up. Beautiful Suarez skill. The back somersault with the half turn into the front somersault. Front uprise into the double back. Look at the height there, the straddle front somersault.
Good, held that.
Big dismount to go, here we go. Double front with the half turn. Has he nailed it? What about that?
Give him the stick, give him the stick. Oh, well, a crowd-pleasing routine from Donnell Wittenberg. He got a gold yesterday. Has he? Is it possible for him to get a medal today? Well, he went all out for difficulty. If you ask the crowd, they'll say yes.
I was going to say, he's the complete showman, isn't he? And really, a lot of very, very good work. Having watched him so much over the years, I think he's looking as classy as I've ever seen him look, really and truthfully.
I agree, Christine, and actually in the past he has been a little bit inconsistent. He missed the Olympic team for USA. And I think that's what meant so much to him yesterday, becoming the first American world champion on the rings. He'd be flying on adrenaline. For me, the judges are looking for that kick-out extension before you catch the bars. And we're going to see some really stylish parallel bar workers. So even though it was a good routine, I don't think today it's going to be good enough to get onto the podium, even though it was very exciting.
I mean, he's got huge accuracy for such a big frame guy, do you know what I mean? There's not much room between those bars, and he wasn't close to clouting them.
No, he's very precise, and what he has got is extreme height and flight. You know, he's very dynamic and very powerful. And this dismount, it's interesting. We used to have domestically a bonus for a stick landing, but if you had to circle your arms twice, you didn't get it. So I don't know, will they give that stick landing under all circumstances?
Let's have a look. No.
No.
14.233 for Donnell Wittenberg.
I wouldn't want to be the guy to tell him he's not got the stick landing. Probably from about 100 yards away. Exciting gymnast, though, and that's what gymnastic fans around the world want to see, don't they? They want to see exciting gymnastics.
Yeah, we've seen some brilliant gymnastics in this final so far today. Well, here is the new Japanese sensation, 19 years old, Sonogai Tomoharu, the third highest qualifier, junior world champion a couple of years ago.
And parallel bar work is in the blood of these Japanese gymnasts. Decades of success on this piece of apparatus. Negotiating the bars well. Just that little move on the hand. Lovely long swing into the full turn. That's called the Diamondov. Plenty of height there, right through into the long swing. He'll pirouette. Watch this, changing the body shape. Look at the height and flight, effortless, travelling along the bars. You can see why this gymnast qualified in third place.
Beautiful.
Almost like on the high bar, the Katchev skill, known as the Tipelt on the parallel bars. Dismount to go. Oh, nearly the .1, but for me, that's the best routine so far.
Absolutely beautiful it was, mesmerising to watch. Put in a 5.7 difficulty in qualification. Interested to see what he's going to be awarded here, but he's also got the high bar final to come today. But absolutely superb, earning his place in the final, and I'm sure he's going to be leading it after that.
And he's a very compact, stylish gymnast. Can see the flexibility there. So strong on that one arm. Builds that difficulty linking those elements. And when you do one element as perfectly as this, you can easily take it into the next element.
I think some gymnasts make parallel bar work look difficult. The style of the Japanese and Chinese on this piece of apparatus, it's fluent, isn't it? You know, you look there and it's not like, are they going to get through the routine? And look at the height there. Most gymnasts catch with their feet a little bit lower. He was nearly into the handstand mat.
He used a little bit of strength to go up to the handstand, putting his shoulders forwards. Is that a bit of a deduction, Craig?
No, because you know, he still had the momentum. It wasn't a pause and then like a straddle to handstand. I mean, that's as good as you'll see that skill. There's only the Chinese gymnasts who really will perform it marginally better, but that's one of the best Tipelts I think you'll see.
14.5 puts the junior world champion into the lead in this senior final at the World Championships.
8-7. This is a piece where the execution scores really are quite high, aren't they? The deductions are not so heavy.
But for how long will Sonogai be in the lead? Because here comes the highest qualifier. Olympic gold medalist, world champion 3 times, 2 times Olympic champion. This is Zhu Jingyuan of China, 27 years old and an absolute master on this piece.
Just sit back, watch and enjoy perfection. And for the big finale, the double front with the half turn. I'm not sure if he's got the stick bonus, but there were no words for me to describe how perfect that routine was. Class in another level.
Absolutely beautiful. From Zhu Jinyuan of China, looking for a 4th world title on this piece of apparatus, and I don't know who's going to take it from him.
And a performance where you felt no doubting in your mind at all that he might make a mistake. He was so sure-footed, done this routine so many times, and when I said earlier, if you do each move perfectly, it's easy to link them together. Well, this is what this guy does. Each move perfectly. So when he's starting the next move, it's not with a little bit of lack of balance or anything. Look at the extension, legs snap together well above the height of the parallel bars.
I mean, it's almost a shame on his landing, isn't it? Let's be honest, that he didn't get the stick.
Well, where...
we don't know if he did or not.
Where are you going to take the deductions? I mean, this is the issue. I mean, you used to be able to get marks for virtuosity. I mean, a virtuoso performance. Look at the height there. And that where he's flaring his arms behind, most gymnasts let go and are desperate to get hold of the bars. He has got loads of time. And, well, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Look at the height there. Knees locked together.
He's done 2 somersaults by the time he's level with the bars again. Kicks out and...
We can't see the feet there. 15.5, got to be at least for that routine.
Well, he scored 15.466 in qualification with the 6 difficulty.
It has to be execution well into the 9s, doesn't it?
Has to be, yeah.
For me, that is the routine of the World Championships. No more on bars, but for me, that was ahead of that.
Yes, no more you can see the odd occasion when their legs come apart. That I couldn't really see any errors in at all.
15.3. I mean, that's going to be virtually impossible to beat for any of the gymnasts that are coming.
7/10. They took off 7/10. Where? That is absolute insanity. You might take a 10th on the dismount, but where else would you take a deduction? Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was slightly, slightly confusing. Let's bring in Sam, if we can, in the studio. Sam, if you can hear me. Craig's raging that they took 7/10 off there. I'm kind of agreeing with him. How do you feel about that routine?
Yeah, me and Beth are having the same discussion. I mean, there's just nowhere to take those deductions. Obviously, the dismount, there was the arm waver and maybe a slight shuffle, but at this point, you know, me and Beth were discussing, the judges are just looking for those deductions because the work in between the routine before that dismount was absolutely perfect. And, you know, there just really is, unfortunately, no chance of anybody getting close to a score like that because he's just so incredible. Without a doubt, the best parallel bars worker that there's ever been. And it's a joy. I liked that Craig just sat back and we just watched that routine. It really was a piece of art.
Yeah, and Beth, I mean, we've talked about longevity of gymnasts already this morning. However, I mean, he won his first world title back in 2017 and he's still managing somehow to maintain that level. I mean, that says an enormous amount about him, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he clearly is a specialist of this apparatus, and I think going back to those deductions, we were saying the judges are looking for them, whereas when you judge a routine, quite often you see them, whereas actually you're having to kind of find those deductions, and to continue being that high above the game of everyone else is incredible over that amount of time. But I think this is mainly the only apparatus that he works on.
Yeah, we're just watching the young Colombian Sam warming up, the 19-year-old Angel Bajaras. He actually got the Junior World Championship alongside the Japanese gymnast that we saw earlier on, Sunagai. He's definitely one to watch in this final, isn't he?
He really is. He's so exciting, and you're going to see him do a long swing 1.5 diameter off, and then a very rare double pike front dismount. So keep an eye out. This is going to be an exciting routine.
Okay, well, Bajaras has chalked up the bars. He's ready to go. On we go then with the men's world parallel bar final. 5th highest qualifier, Angel Barras.
Fluent start into the handstand. Great control there from the one rail. Ooh, and he's a bit soft in the back, but he'll turn out of there. That's a very difficult combination. Not just got the fluidity of the previous routine. Oh, but that's lovely. From the long swing, the 1.5 turn all the way around. Taller gymnast, so it's difficult for this gymnast to just straighten up the back. Big dismount, the double pike. Good routine, but I feel like once you're following perfection, it's always a very hard ask, and you can definitely see the difference, can't you?
Well, at least they had a warm-up in between, you know what I mean, just to sort of divert the eyes of the judges. But 14.466 is the top third score at the moment from Marinov.
Yeah, and you could see there, like as you said, Craig, just a little bit soft in the back on a few occasions, but an exciting young gymnast.
We scored a 14.3 in qualification. He put in a 14.233 in the all-round competition, but he's got the difficulty. He's got a 5.9 on difficulty at 19 years old.
His swing is a little bit different to the Chinese, obviously because he's probably about a foot taller, but he has to create quite a bit more of a pike, and then so he loses that pure line, doesn't he?
It is, if you're a taller gymnast, it is a lot more difficult. We talk about longevity in the sport. The Chinese gymnast, he's got a great frame suited for gymnastics, where this gymnast, you could see, because he's got such a long frame, in the handstand, you've got your back muscles have to work that much more, and we're seeing the arch position in the handstand a little bit more. Again, such a difficult routine, and it's just when you're in company with one of the best performers in the world, it highlights everybody else's imperfections.
Well, yeah, on the execution side, but he's pushing him for difficulty. He's just 0.1 behind.
Which is quite amazing, actually, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, he's 8 years older than him. He's got a great career ahead of him.
And again, great for Colombia, parallel bar final.
Well, a lot of these gymnasts, their aim will have been here to make a final. There's only a very few who are going to have come with their aim for a medal. If a medal comes along, but what you want, how you measure yourself in success is whether you're a potential finalist.
And you know what, we talk about timing in sport. You know, being a parallel bar worker at the same time as Zhu Xingyang is like being a sprinter at the time of Usain Bolt. You know you're running for second place. Same with Biles in the women's all-around. Once those people leave, then that's the opportunity. As we said, he's 19 years of age. So once you get rid of somebody that's clearly above the rest of the field, there's the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Marinov is leading. Marinov is in third, I should say. He's the with a score of 14.466, the neutral athlete. Taking the time on this score. We were talking about Marinov's all-around score earlier on, and his low rings. He's actually had shoulder surgery a year ago.
Ah, right.
So he's nursing that.
So it probably wasn't worth the risk of setting that off to do a big rings exercise. He simply wanted to come and measure himself against the best in the world.
But again, testament to a brilliant all-round gymnast. If you think he's in the all-round, and he's featured more on finals than any other gymnast today, and to be able to perform a parallel bar routine like that from surgery is fabulous.
Well, the score is in. 14.366 isn't enough for Barras to nudge into the top three at the moment. 3 gymnasts still left to go in this world final on parallel bars.
And he upped his difficulty, Matt, to 6.1.
So he
gone up 2 tenths.
Yeah.
beat him, beat the Chinese gymnast on difficulty. Well, Oka Shinosuke next to go, the second highest qualifier. He's just 21 years old. He got a bronze medal at the Olympics on parallel bars, and he put in a 14.666 in the all-around competition on this piece. So, looking for a silver. Oh dear.
Well, it won't be like that. Just too much adrenaline there. The front somersault overcooked it. Once he's settled in, beautiful parallel bar work. Look at the extension, the height. Oh, and again, just misplaced the arm a little bit. These gymnasts have had quite a hectic schedule at the World Championships, been in the all-round apparatus final. It's the last day of competition. And you're at a real disadvantage up against the specialists if you've had a lengthy programme. Big dismount, no stick bonus. Disappointing today.
What a
fatigue,
shame.
I think, just creeping in for some of these gymnasts.
Yeah, no question about it. He had his sights set on that silver medal, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Craig, just a bit over-adrenalised, but he really recovered it well, didn't he? He showed his absolute strength and ability to manage his body and get out of it.
But again, for these young gymnasts, it's so important at this stage in the run-up to the Olympics, you know, the 3 years of preparation. They'll come out ready.
Well, this gymnast is a great all-rounder, isn't he? He's a current Olympic champion. Sneaked in between Hashimoto and Baheng of China in Paris. Didn't fare as well in the all-around in this competition.
But he's one of those gymnasts that will be looking to fight to lead the team from Japan in this cycle. And you know, there are going to be days that are not quite so good, but it's how you deal with them that matters, because everybody will have them.
Yeah. And it's the recovery as well, you know, the first skill, then to focus. And, you know, you've got a lot of young gymnasts all over the world watching this and go, well, actually, the best in the world make mistakes. And I think there's too much pressure on athletes, young people, society, that you've always got to be perfect.
Yep.
So I think it's quite grounding and levelling to see the best in the world making errors.
And carrying on.
Yeah, and just getting through it.
Yeah,
They'll
yeah.
pick themselves up and come back and fight another day.
Because this is the interesting thing. I mean, he could have just jumped off there and said, oh,
Yeah.
come on, see you later. But he didn't.
As a coach, that's the very worst thing you want to see. You always want to see people fight and carry on.
13.3. Well, Shinosuke is not the score he was hoping to see. He's down in 6th. Came here as a real medal contender for this. But the Olympic all-round champion will be back.
I suspect he's thinking how much easier it was to be a young pretender fighting my way up than already the Olympic champion having to have all eyes on me.
Yes. So the door is open now for Shigong of China. He's 24. He knows what it's like to win a medal at the World Championships on this piece. He got a silver in 23. He was bronze medalist in 21.
Well, he's up there on the difficulty. All of these guys have got very difficult routines. Oh, that's a beautiful front uprise into the double back somersault. Quite a tall gymnast for this piece of and then we've had the same again. If your hand catches a little bit late and your body's swinging through the vertical of the parallel bars, you swing through at such force. Lovely kick out, recomposed, reset. Not just the same height and flight and virtuoso as his teammate. Up into the dismount. Well, the first stuck landing, but a little bit too much too late. After that little error in the middle, it certainly rattled him.
Well, Sonogai, the Japanese 19-year-old, is looking very, very good here for a silver medal.
Lovely style here, though, knees locked together. But like you said, Craig, you can see the difference between his performance and his teammates. He's very good, but not quite that special. Wow, and it's very unusual to have two such good, accomplished gymnasts make a very similar mistake, plummeting with the shoulders.
Well, that is a very difficult skill because you're on the one bar in handstand and you're turning back. It's a blind catch, so it's almost like putting your hand in your back pocket. You know, well, try doing that while your body's falling at a rate of knots. And that's why you see they get a good D score, difficulty score, for skills like that. I mean, he did very well to recover. But even early on when he did the front up rise into the double back somersault, you could see the kick out wasn't before the catch. Even on the dismount, his knees were just a little bit apart. He might have gained, you know, the 0.1. But he had an opportunity there to take a medal.
Well, his compatriot leads this competition, Su Jingyuan, on a score of 15.3. And then the young Japanese gymnast, Sonogai, he's got a score of 14.5. And then the neutral athlete, Marinov, third at the moment, 14.466. 13.1 will not threaten, or Shikong. As the last gymnast prepares to go in this parallel bar world final, Vladislav Polyashov, neutral athlete. He's 30 years old, Polyashov. Posted a 5.4 on the difficulty and a score of 14.233 got him into this final. Now needs a couple of extra tenths to try and get into the medal contention and knock his neutral athlete off the charts.
Well, he won't do it like that. Quite a fast tempo at the start.
Oh, no.
Oh, and a little bit short there. No problem in the flighted elements. It's a very quick, zippy routine. Well, he can nail the dismount, but the start of the routine caused a few problems, and that won't be good enough to challenge the top three.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, he barely did 8 moves, did he, Craig? He linked them well.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this, especially on women's bars. The quicker you get on and get your 8 moves done, the less chance of deduction. But I think he was so quick at the start, wanting to get through, that it caused a few problems.
Little bit bent legs there as they join. You can see the difference.
I think for the, you know, untrained eye, gymnastics is a very difficult sport to watch and understand the difference between the routines. I think this piece of apparatus, even for the untrained eye, you can see the difference between the guy that's won and the rest of the field.
Yeah, I would definitely agree there.
Oh, there's no question. Su Jingyuan, absolute master. He's definitely won that title. We don't even need to wait for the scores to come in.
It was interesting, though, you were saying, Craig, where did the 0.7 go? Here, it's the score.
13.966 for Polyashov, the neutral athlete. And that concludes the men's parallel bar world final. And there is the world champion yet again, his 4th world title on this piece of apparatus, confirming he is the best in the world. Zhu Ying Yuan of China, 27 years old. Sunagai Tomoharu of Japan, he takes the silver medal. And Daniel Marinov, the neutral athlete, 20 years old, he takes the bronze. And that's how things look after the top 8 from qualification. Have completed the final. Zhu Ying Yuan of China at 27 years old. He's the Olympic champion and now 4 times world champion on this piece. A 19-year-old from Japan, Sunagai Tomoharu, he takes silver, and Daniel Marinov, the neutral athlete, he finishes in 3rd. Fine example of a parallel bar final, Craig.
Well, I mean, it was just absolutely dominated by the Chinese gymnasts, wasn't it? That was a lesson in how to make gymnastics look like art. It was a piece of art. It was almost like a ballerina on the parallel bars. I mean, the extension, the virtuosity, the catching in the correct position. And apart from the dismount, I mean, Kristen, you were going to say something about where they took the tents, because I couldn't see it. And Beth and Sam said the same.
No, but I think one of the things is when you've competed for many years and won many times, these judges will all have watched this routine over and over. They will have used it as an example in their judging exams, and they will have dissected it such that they can see any tiny errors that there might be, or whether it wasn't quite as good as how he did it last time. So they come with a little bit preconceived ideas when it's a very famous routine.
Yeah, but I would challenge that as well. I mean, look at this again. As Matt said, the 2 somersaults on the dismount were above the top of the bar. When he did all of his skills, they all finished in handstand. It wasn't like, oh, did he get his legs back in time, joined together? And at some point, I feel the judges need to look at what that perfect skill looks like for a human being. And for me, every skill there, oh yes, okay, didn't land the dismount, but that was perfection. So what are these gymnasts in the gyms training for if the judges aren't giving the reward? Like, I'd be going back to him, you know, like in work, you go, well, I want my yearly bonus and I've done everything you've asked, but yet I'm a £5 short. Well, where's my money? I'd be saying to the judges, where's my score? Yes, take point
If
one
only
or
we
point
were
two.
out in Jakarta, you could get yourself over there, Craig, and have a right good go. But we're not. We're in Salford, sadly.
I'll send him a letter.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to explain what I think happens in the judges' minds.
Yeah. Well, the floor is awaiting the finalists, and Beth, if you can hear me, we're all ready for Ruby Evans and Abby Martin to come out and compete in this final. There is Ruby Evans of Great Britain, 18 years old, the Welsh floor champion, 4th at the Euros. Is this her time, I wonder, for a medal? Abby Martin, she's had a storming time, her first World Championships. Finished 8th in the all-round. Ruby Evans, who came out before her, she finished 10th. We've talked at length how wonderful it is to see, Beth, 2 British gymnasts in the top 10 in the all-around. But this is the individual apparatus finals. This is different, and Ruby Evans has a chance here.
She absolutely does. She scored 13.5 coming into this competition, and then during the all-around competition scored a 13.2, but had the 0.3 deduction. So she's been very, very consistent with her scoring, and it is a great routine to watch. She really does sell it, and Sam's mentioned it's quite unique tumbles. Actually, you'll see a lot of the other gymnasts doing similar tumbles, whereas Ruby doing the forward tumbling, which we don't see as much of.
Yeah, and the key for Ruby is going to be containing that power, because she took quite a heavy deduction, didn't she, in the all-around as far as stepping out is concerned.
Yeah, on the second tumbling pass, she just, I think, took a couple too many steps, and then as she took a step, ended up out of the floor. The first tumble, absolutely no issues at all, so hopefully over the past couple of days, they've just looked at that and understood where it is that she kind of needs to rein back the power or take a step out of the run-up, because this is a real opportunity for her.
Yeah, Dulcie Keller coming out as well. She hasn't had the best championship so far. She'll be last to go. Interestingly, Sam, we were talking about the order. Ruby Evans is going to be the first competitor in this final. Do you think that's going to come into her advantage here?
So it can go one or two ways there, really, Matt, going first up. Either you set the standard and put the pressure on everybody else, or if it's one of those routines that's kind of not your best performance, but it's still good enough, then the scores can build. But I think for me, she looked very well prepared. She's had an opportunity to do a floor routine in that all-around, so she's felt the floor again. We know the athletes have spoke about the equipment a little bit, and I'm very excited. I think it's going to come down to those forward tumbling passes, because when you're running forwards into them, you have a lot of momentum, and particularly on an event like floor and vault, you really do have to control the adrenaline. You can use it to your advantage, but you have to control it. So it's going to be interesting to see how she can control that adrenaline and hopefully pull out her best performance of the championships.
We're looking at Abby as well, warming up. She's 17 years old, and she's relished this opportunity, Beth. I think she's just going to go out there and enjoy this floor final. Is that, do you think that's what the coaches will have been saying to her?
I think it'll be what they've said to both of them. Opportunities are there, but ultimately you can only go out and do your best performance and then let the field of play do their thing. So you just never know with finals. Everything can happen. We saw it yesterday. Literally anything can happen. So I think there's an opportunity for Abby to make a statement that she's more than just an all-arounder. She can make finals as well. So I think it's a great opportunity for both of the British here.
So potentially, I mean, we could see a medal here. Jess Gadarova, former world champion on this piece of apparatus, as you are too, Beth. But Jess sitting out due to injury, and no doubt she'll be watching from home. But what is fascinating is that Ruby Evans, even though she's quite early on in her senior career, she's one of the most experienced gymnasts in the British team competing at the moment.
Yeah, between Abby and Ruby, they're our most experienced team members. Obviously, the team from Paris, a couple of them are taking a rest. Obviously, we spoke about Alice yesterday, having had Parker, which is amazing news. So it's great for these girls to be making the opportunity leading into LA to go out and do yet another World Championships. I say yet another, actually, for Abby, this is her first World Championships. Yeah. Not many gymnasts go to the Olympics as kind of their first major world tournament.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ruby is so assured. She sort of blends that dance and that acrobatic skill so beautifully, and she looks really focused. She's ready for this. So, Beth, we will let you enjoy this final as Ruby Evans gets herself chalked up and ready. It's all about just containing that power, holding those tumbles inside of the floor area. How's she looking, Chris, to you at the moment?
Yes, yeah, good. She. When you're first up, you have to not do too much warm-up because you don't want to be puffing before you start the routine. So she's just done a couple of tumble runs, getting the chalk on her feet. Interestingly, she's there with Claudia Fragapani's coach, who one of his gymnasts was working on bars for the team.
Claudia herself, a world medalist on floor.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We've got a good pedigree. So what can Ruby Evans, Great Britain, do here? She has a chance of a world medal on floor. She's starting this women's world floor final. Focused, ready to go. It's such an enjoyable routine, this one. Ruby Evans setting the benchmark for this women's floor world final. Enjoy this one.
The mood is set. Here, this big 2.5, twisting front somersault, very impressive. And another big combination here, full twisting front, double twisting front, a lovely landing. Great leaps. Now this is tough, third tumble, double straight. Come on, Ruby. Oh, beautiful stuff. Very cleanly round the spin. Keep the focus, Ruby. One big tumble to go. Strong double back. Wow, what a performance. Fabulous work. Sold that routine perfectly.
Absolutely beautiful from Great Britain's Ruby Evans. That is going to challenge for a medal.
It certainly is, and talk about seizing the opportunity in the moment right there. One of the most difficult routines. I mean, we were on the edge of our seats on every one of those tumbles. Really difficult. The twist into the 1.5, 2.5 on the forwards, and then going backwards. Look, this is a big tumble. Double back somersault, plenty of height, plenty of time. Expressive with the dance. I think this is a very well constructed routine, Chris.
Yeah, beautiful construction. The British girls have worked very, very hard on their execution, on their artistry, and you can really see they've taken the choreographer, Nicole Wooder, with them to the World Championships, knowing that floor was a piece they could make hay with. Yep. And so she's gone with them to work on the floor dance all the time. But she really nailed these landings, didn't she, Ruby? She didn't flicker. A little hop maybe, but no steps.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool is the originality, using 2 forward tumbles with the combination to get in that really big difficulty. And a great dancer as well.
Well, that is going to match the hardest difficulty that you'll see in this final. And surely she's going to match execution as well. It was brilliant. It was graceful. It was acrobatic.
It's everything that women's gymnastics should be. Graceful, athletic.
Well, how we're hoping for mid-13s. It's higher than that. It's 13.666. Very good. That is a strong, strong bid for a medal.
Well, 7.7 for execution. I'd have hoped she might have snuck in the 8s.
I've told you these judges, Christine. you can come with me and we'll go and have a word with them.
On we go with another gymnast from Great Britain, 17-year-old Abby Martin. 8th in the all-round at the World Championships.
No, a completely different style and a very big opening tumble. Really powers, double straight with full twist. Cleanly done. And she comes back with another huge tumble, double straight. Super tourchette that she steps out of. Clean half turn there. And she made it, that was important. Full twisting front into double tuck.
Oh,
great
brilliant.
tumbling from Abby. Wow, another fabulous routine. She didn't put a foot wrong. That was great.
What a championship she's having out in Jakarta. She's loving her gymnastics, and we are too.
Well, these two young ladies have done a fantastic job. They should be very proud. Done a great job for Great Britain. Just this few steps back, she did very well to control that in the opening tumble, but a differently constructed routine to Ruby going with, you know, the big backward tumbles. But great. Two British gymnasts in a world floor final. Future's looking good.
I know. I mean, laying down the gauntlet as well for the rest of the world to follow.
And you can see Abby working so hard to sell this routine, engaging with the judges, using her facial expressions. This is a very difficult tumble to finish with. Full twisting front, you have to walk out of it. And of course you have to have forward tumble as well as backward tumble. So it's a bit of a gamble to leave it till the very end and walk out of a full twisting front.
And the British women have two of the hardest routines in this final. Abby put in a 5.8 in both qualification and the all-round competition. Ruby 5.9 in both.
And she's there with Martine George, the new national coach for Great Britain.
13.466. She's gone into second with the highest score that she's had here on floor at the World Championship, still finishing on a high.
Great stuff, Abby.
Two solid performances from the British girls.
Fantastic, and this is one of their biggest challenges.
Denisa Golgota of Romania, fifth highest qualifier. Former silver medalist at the European Championships on floor.
Romania, such a history of great floor workers. Oh, and look at the double straight punch front. She floated that leap, it was beautiful. Full twisting double back, good landing, but a little untidy in the air. Big double tuck. Oops, and she missed that final leap. That will be costly. Well, some very dynamic tumbling, but a little bit of an error in the middle. You have to do a passage of dance with two leaps. She did the first one and didn't manage to do the second one for whatever reason. So that is actually a 0.5 deduction for no leap series.
Very unusual, actually, because it's not like one of the big tumbles. A very traditional Romanian constructed routine, known for the artistry, full of, you know, character. Some big tumbles in there as well.
And when I said you have to do backward and forward tumbling, that punch front at the end fulfills that requirement.
A big skill, oldest competitor in this competition, 23 years of age. And actually we are just seeing a bit of a, you know, a comeback from the Romanian team. Maybe not so much in the men's, but the women are starting to creep back in and obviously going to aim to get a team out, I suppose, in LA.
Well, they did reasonably well in Paris, didn't they?
Yep.
I mean, historically incredible on this piece of apparatus with 10 golds at the World Championships, 6 silvers and 8 bronze medals. So, yeah, picking up that baton and doing their best. However, after that leap series error, as you pointed out, Chris,
Well, she then did do another jump. Whether they'll give her the leap series, but I would have said that second leap was unrecognisable, and you have to do a recognised leap from the code of points.
We were actually talking, weren't we, about the movement of coaches throughout the world, and at the height of their success, the Romanian coaches seized the opportunity to get contracts all around the world. They came to Great Britain, and now, after having a lifetime of working away, they're slowly returning back to Romania. Maybe that's where the passion is, and they want to finish off, to try and put Romania back where it was, because at one point, as you said, Matt, look at all those medals. They were the top of the world in women's gymnastics.
Yeah. Well, they've got two gymnasts in this final. Sabrina Maneka-Voynia, we saw on beam earlier on, she'll be in this final. She's the penultimate gymnast to go. But, I mean, beautiful tumbling.
They are always very expressive. I feel like the floor work from the Romanians. They like trained dancers.
Always full of energy.
Yeah.
Well, she scored 13.33 in qualification, way down after that leap series, missing from the routine, 12.233.
That would come off the difficulty, so 4.9 only in difficulty.
Actually, a coach there, Karina, was based at the National Centre 20 years ago, who's now returned home.
Well, here comes the latest Italian floor champion, Giulia Perotti, just 16 years old.
And that was an excellent squat spin. Full twisting double back, just a little bit low. Always expressive, the Italians on floor. Nice straight front into double pike. That was classier. Oh, that was a very nice leap. Good extension. Full of expression and unusual dance. Oh, that was a shame. Just overcooked that double back. Great potential for the future, but today it was just one step too far.
No, she really didn't deserve that, did she? It was such an engaging performance.
But just 16 years of age, the start of her journey in gymnastics.
Yeah.
First year in the Worlds and into a Worlds floor final is pretty impressive. Some good skills in there. And again, the Italians have really done well in women's gymnastics, sort of over the last couple of cycles.
They have indeed. I mean, medalists at the Olympics.
Sort of reminded me of the first time we saw Ferrari.
Yes.
Vanessa Ferrari as a young gymnast there, that really powerful music and that kind of, really solid tumbling and dance.
Yeah, I would agree, Matt. I haven't seen her before, and, well, we've seen her at junior competitions, but not on this world stage. And they are always beautifully expressive. The choreography is always great from Italy, and this was no exception, really. Very entertaining floor routine.
And she gave it everything, and maybe, coming towards that final tumble, she just wrapped in a little bit too much just to make sure it was round, and it was a bit too far.
Yeah, and young gymnasts, it's such a different exposure to be out here with the world's best, and you want to give it more to not be falling short. She'll learn.
Well, there was nothing wrong with that technically. That's just a lack of experience, isn't it? And you've got to go through these situations to realise, oh, remember the last competition, I give it a bit too much. Some gymnasts try to control the last tumble, end up on hands and knees. you know, it's all about resetting.
11.633 for Giulia Perotti. No doubt we'll see you again in the floor final very shortly. There'll be a slight break as the second half of the finalists warm up. A chance to get Beth Tweddle's thoughts on both Ruby Evans and Abby's performances. So Ruby's leading this competition on a score of 13.666 and Abby Martin currently in second, 13.466. How do you think they fared, Beth?
Oh, brilliant. I mean, both routines were absolutely fantastic. You can't ask any more than the gymnasts to go and do their best routine, and for me, they both upped their game. They looked at the landings, they had beautiful power on their tumbling, but they also had the execution on the leaps and jumps as well, and that was rewarded with the scores. I mean, Ruby went up by a 10th and Abby went up by just over a 10th as well, and that's all you can ever ask of them.
Yes, both putting in highest scores that they have on floor whilst being here at the championships. There's another 4 gymnasts left to go, so it's going to be an uncomfortable wait, Beth, but Ruby's looking very, very strong contender for a medal here.
She is, for sure, and it is going to be a long wait because 2 of the ones in the next group were the top 2 qualifiers.
Yes.
Ruby has got the advantage of the difficulty over the Japanese, but Sabrina Wojna, they both have the same difficulty. So, yeah, it's really going to come down to the landings.
OK, well, we prepare then for the second half of this final. We go down to the floor for the 4th highest qualifier. Aiko Sugahara, medalled already today on beam. 7th in the all-round competition. The last final for women at these World Championships.
Very impressive first spin. Good double straight. One and a half walk out into the big double tuck. She lands well within the floor. Very good leap series there. When she makes sure of the spin, dances into this tumble, 2.5 straight front. Really drawing the crowd and the judges into this performance. One big tumble. Another very, very good landing. This is going to be tight.
Well, keep your eye on the scoreboard because Sugahara in the all-around competition scored the same as what Ruby Evans has scored in this final so far, 13.666 with a 5.8 difficulty.
Well, she wowed us on the beam and full of enthusiasm and motivation, and you just sometimes need that lift. And she's having a storming day of finals.
Absolutely.
It is going to be very, very close. I wouldn't like to call this because she was very precise on the landings. Good technique there in the double straight somersault. And just that little hop back, but these are very, very minor deductions.
She hardly faltered.
She didn't, and she really took that routine to the judges and gave a complete performance.
Well,
could it be a second medal of the day?
Tremendous facial expression. The girls, the gymnasts, do quite a bit of work on facial expression to project to the audience. Well, this gymnast got it naturally, hasn't she?
Fancy just.
Yeah, a bronze on beam earlier on today.
Beautifully up on the toes for that first pirouette.
So Ruby Evans is leading on 13.666. Sugihara has just put in an absolute storming routine there, and we still have the two highest qualifiers yet to come in this final.
It's going to be very tight.
But the pressure's on, and I mean, the British girls have put in two fantastic routines, so we will see.
Sugihara scores a 13.833. She's gone into the lead.
She's having the time of her life.
She is.
Look at that.
So Great Britain's Ruby Evans drops to second, and Abby Martin drops to third. 3 gymnasts left to go in this women's final. So Sugihara's teammate now, Kishirina, was the second highest qualifier. She was in the Olympic floor final, came 7th. She did score a 13.566 in qualification, but she had a bit of a nightmare in the all-round on floor.
Very powerful music. And double twisting, double back to open. Big run into the forward combination, double twisting front. Not quite the triple, but definitely the double. And that step to the side as well. These are the little errors. But she's tumbled very well. Here we have another big tumble. 2.5, little hop backwards. Lovely leaps to finish there. Elegant with the hands. Final tumble coming up, double pike. Oh, and a little rebound again. I think those final 2 tumbles were just not quite well enough landed.
Wow.
Beautiful first 2.
Yeah, she went all out for difficulty. But as you say, Chris, deductions there could well mean that Great Britain's Ruby Evans is safe in silver medal position at the moment, with 2 gymnasts still left to go.
And I think probably second and third could stay where it is, because, Christine, you highlighted a couple of leaps and turns, the spins where she just didn't hold her leg and come out a little bit. But you can't miss those deductions on the landing. First part of the routine was excellent. You know, some really nice dance, original work. This gymnast, again, is another gymnast that's had a full programme here at the World Championships. And fatigue will start to show a little bit, not just as sharp.
I do think Japan are looking a strong nation, though. They've been impressive throughout the competition. And this gymnast has looked very impressive. Like you say, Craig, perhaps a little bit of stamina at the end of the day. She just opened that 2.5 slightly early. She did very well, actually.
To save it, yeah, to sit down.
And she went for the triple. She definitely got the double. There's the double. And she just put the foot down before the third.
Well, technically, though, a very good gymnast.
A compatriot, Sugihara, leads this floor final on 13.833. 26 years old and leading this competition. And then Great Britain, at the moment, are second and third.
5-7. Difficulty in qualification. I think with those errors, you know, it's going to struggle
to get up into the top 3.
Yeah, I think Abby Martin, I would say, would be safe in third.
13.466 is Ruby's score. Yep. Sorry, Abby's score 13.466. Ruby's score is 13.666. and 13.033. So as it stands, Sugihara leads. Ruby Evans for Great Britain in second and Abby Martin for Great Britain in third, with 2 gymnasts left to go. Next up is the highest qualifier. Silver medalist from the European Championships last year, Sabrina Maneka-Voynia. This is a vastly entertaining routine, very difficult. She'll match Ruby for difficulty with a 5.9.
Keep your eyes on this first tumble. Lovely big jump. So whip, double straight, immediate punch front. How about that? Huge tumbling. Here she goes again, big run. Double twisting, double back, deep landing. Now, always full of difficulty, her routine. What have we got next? Full twisting, double back. That was a good landing. Here, the important leap series, change leg, good tourchette. Well, a little bit of a deep landing on that second tumble, the double-double.
Same difficulty as Ruby Evans. Who did it better?
For me, Ruby's routine is far more alluring. I feel that the music slightly overpowers the performance, but that's just a personal.
Yeah, and I think, well, there's a very big skill at the front. That's difficult. A whip into a double straight, punch front somersault. I mean, the second tumble, I mean, me and Matt were stood up and we winced a little bit. That's a real ankle cruncher, and she did very well. And I didn't know whether she was like, ooh, is she going to be able to carry on? But I mean, this gymnast is a real performer, isn't she? She's very expressive, she's dynamic, she's powerful. But I think it might go into third, but I'd be disappointed if it went above Ruby's routine.
Well, Abby Martin for Great Britain has a score of 13.466. She is currently in that third place spot. Ruby Evans has a score of 13.666, currently in silver, and Sugihara has a score of 13.833, current leader, with 1 gymnast left to go.
They're showing a rerun of her spin there. I think she would have hoped to have got round a triple. She did only do a double. So whether that might affect the start score, we'll have to keep our eyes open to see.
Well, it's getting close now.
But she's a lovely gymnast, always goes for broke, always goes for the big difficulty. We saw her on beam.
There's just 1 gymnast, as I say, left to go. We'll find out if Great Britain, Ruby Evans, maybe even Abby Martin, get a medal. .466, she's 4th.
Goodness gracious me.
4th, she can't believe it.
They're very tight with execution, 7.5 only.
Yeah, 5.9 on the difficulty,
yes.
So she did get round maybe, yeah, on the 5.9.
Well, Abby takes it on the execution score.
Well, at the moment, Sugihara leads. Ruby Evans for Great Britain in silver, guaranteed a medal. And Abby Martin in bronze medal position with 13.466. Can they hold on? Just Dulcie Kayla from the USA to go.
And a very entertaining routine, this as well. Completes the spin well. Good, strong double straight. She kept the foot in. Another big tumble, here we go. The full twisting whip into the double tuck. Oh, punch front. A little bit of a low landing, but a very original tumble. Steadies herself for the spin. Just makes the 2.5. Elegant hands. Good strong double pike. Wow, that was a clean routine. She hasn't had a great competition so far, but that was, I think, probably her best performance.
Bit of a deep landing, Chris, though, on that tuck front somersault. I mean, a couple of these gymnasts have shown real grit and determination in this final to fight on.
Yep. Wow.
I mean, I wouldn't like to call it. It's very, very close.
Dulcie Kayla scored 13.433 in the all-around competition, which is what Abby Martin has. Well, no, sorry, Abby Martin has a 13.466, so just 0.33 down.
That was quite a deep landing.
I think that'll pick up a big deduction, Chris.
Well,
if it stays as it is, Great Britain will be the best floor country in the world. 2 medals for the men and 2 for the women.
Whatever comes out, our gymnasts did absolutely fantastically. Both Ruby and Abby really gave the performance, their best performances they possibly could.
So, eyes on the scoreboard. Abby Martin has a score of 13.466. Ruby Evans, 13.666, second and third. Sugihara of Japan leading on 13.833. Can Great Britain get 2 medals here in this women's floor final?
Look at Sugihara, though. Bronze on beam, comes to floor.
Gold.
And I mean, I think that's got to be the gold medal performance. You know, that confidence. She hasn't shown any bit of tiredness at all, has she?
Well, what an anxious wait this is for Abby Martin. 12.966 for Dulcie Kayla. That is confirmation that Great Britain have 2 medals in this world floor final.
Oh, wow.
Abby Martin gets a bronze, but Ruby Evans a silver medal, but there is the new world floor champion. She pointed at her mama earlier on, and there she is again, 13.833. Means that Aiko Sugihara is the new world floor champion. But what about this? Ruby Evans takes the silver for Great Britain, and Abby Martin the bronze for Great Britain.
Wow, 2 fantastic performances.
Well, her first World Championships for Abby Martin. She's had a storming competition, finishes in top 8 in the all-round, and now here she is with an individual floor world medal. And Ruby Evans takes the silver. There's tears all round. Aiko Sugihara, the new world floor champion, and a bronze medal on beam for her as well. Wonderful, absolutely
Fantastic.
wonderful. Chris is in tears. This is amazing, Chris. Are you all right?
Yes, fine.
Oh, tears of absolute joy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ruby obviously is a Welsh gymnast as well,
yes,
so making history here.
Making history for Wales, and it's been a tough time for the British girls.
Yeah, a real tough time. And
lots of injuries, you know, it really has been, so to see them come through.
Well, they really have shown their pedigree, and we've seen lots of young gymnasts make mistakes from other countries, and these 2 girls nailed it in the top 10.
Well, let's just look at that for a results board. Aiko Sugahara, she's the champion. She takes gold ahead of Great Britain's Ruby Evans, winning the silver medal, and Abigail Martin at her first Worlds. Well, it's a bronze medal for her. Fantastic performance from Great Britain. And what a result. 2 medals in the women's world final on floor and 2 men's in the world floor final too.
What a start to the cycle, a cycle that we always have known was going to be very difficult with all the variety of problems that have been in British gymnastics. So to come out and see such results like this just shows that if you keep believing and working.
Yeah. Well, huge congratulations to everybody involved, all of the work, the effort that goes into these medals. They all come out and make it look so easy, but the road is full of bumps.
Well, it just goes to prove that if you invest in the people, and you said the choreographer had gone out with the team, probably one of the first time that's happened. Well, floor now is as equally important for the choreography as the big tumbles. Yeah. So it's been well worth putting that person on the plane.
Yeah, very much.
Beth, I'm sure you can hear me in the studio. What a moment to have, again, 2 British gymnasts on the floor medal podium. I mean, Chris is alongside me. She's in tears. Can you sum up your emotions, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just incredible to kind of see the journey that British gymnastics as a whole has come on, coming from where we were kind of 20 years ago to now. 4 out of the 6 floor medals at this championships have come home to Great Britain. So it's just incredible.
And Ruby started off this floor final. She set the benchmark, went out there, performed out of her skin, and then had a long old wait to find out that she's won the silver medal. And Abby Martin as well, Beth. This is her first Worlds.
I know, and it just shows they've worked so hard. I mean, Ruby has spoken openly about her personal coach, Tracy, recently leaving, and obviously a huge congratulations to that whole team. The gymnasts go out there and do the performance, but the amount of people that are around each of these gymnasts, and for Abby to come out at her first World Championships, having gone through the kind of past 12 months since Paris, having injury, having to return back to competition only recently, but they just look like they loved it out there. And
yes.
Ruby obviously had the 5'9" difficulty, so she had the advantage there. And with regards to Abby, she had slightly less on the difficulty, but she really played on the execution, and that's what held that bronze medal for her. So yeah, just really pleased for them. Congratulations to their personal coaches, and obviously all of the families and friends that kind of support them to get that as well.
Yeah, Sam, class act, isn't she? Ruby Evans on floor.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I have to admit, I wasn't remaining impartial in the studio. And I hope that they could both set that standard, and they really did. And just incredible. You know, we spoke there about a year ago, just 12 months ago, they were the most inexperienced members of the British team. A year later, they're now the most experienced, and they handled all of that pressure this week, and their performance has just improved throughout the whole week into that final competition when it mattered most, and they're both taking home world medals, which is absolutely amazing.
Well, more medal chances for Great Britain coming up. We've just seen Jo Fraser come out. These are the gymnasts performing in the high bar. So, yeah, Jo is the 2nd highest qualifier. He's really ready for this final, Sam. We all love Jo. He deserves to perform really well in this final. And the rest of the British team, everybody's on side. They'll be cheering his name. But this lad, Hashimoto Daiki, he's going to be the one to beat. Zhang, also the highest qualifier. He's very, very difficult to beat. He's going to be last up. Shigong in the mix too. Brodie Malone, I'm delighted to say, is in this final, the American gymnast. Absolutely love watching him. He's going to be first up.
He's your best mate, isn't he, Matt? One of your heroes.
Yeah. I love the guy, brilliant. Marinov out yet again, and then this lad, the highest qualifier, Sunogai, did so well, parallel bars earlier on, had to refocus, and now here he is, getting ready to swing the high bar.
Well, he'll certainly have to focus again, because didn't have that much of a happy outing on the parallel bars, but this is a really tight field.
So Joe Fraser will be second up. Took a gold medal on parallel bars at the World Championships a few years ago. But he's got a very assured routine, and the key with this one, Craig, is getting through it. It's hanging on. There's going to be huge high release and catches moves.
There are, and as Sam alluded the other day about high bar, it's about throwing your face to a metal bar, you know, over 2 meters from the ground. Lots of these, I mean, we've seen lots of great gymnasts fall from this piece of apparatus in the all-around title, in high bar finals in the past, and Joe has got the most difficult routine within this final, but along with difficulty comes the huge risk. He's been waiting since qualification to go out and perform this routine. Same for a lot of these gymnasts. Brodie Malone, one of your favourites, really original on this piece of apparatus. He's half a mark behind Joe Fraser. Hashimoto, again, he's got a huge high bar routine. Both Japanese guys have a big 6.2, and then there's a stick bonus. Only 2 gymnasts from qualification actually landed, Hashimoto and Marinov, the neutral athlete. I wouldn't like to call it.
Well, we know from the Olympic final, the all-round, that anything can happen on high bar. Sam, if you can still hear me, let's just have a chat through what we're about to see here, and what I mean, actually, while we've got Joe up on high bar, we can talk through the construction of a really good high bar routine. Sam, are you there?
Well, if he's not there, Matt, I will tell you, it is all about the big tricks, the release and catches. That's how you build the most difficulty. Gymnasts have to perform skill in and around the bar as well. They have to do a full turn around the long axis, and also big dismount. And we saw yesterday Donnell Wittenberg win the rings basically because of a huge triple pipe back. That's what Joe Fraser has added to his routine. He does the triple pipe back off the high bar to finish. So big difficulty, big risk and reward. You won't win this title by playing safe, that's for certain.
On the men's side, high bar's the only piece of apparatus that Great Britain have never medalled on.
Wow, could it be today?
Could it be today? Yeah.
That's a challenge, isn't it?
Sam, you can see Hashimoto Daiki now just feeling the bar, getting a sense of this. Is no doubt just have quite a relaxed swing going into this, but which way do you think this is going to go prediction-wise?
Well, Matt, honestly, this is a stacked final. All of the best high bar workers have made it into this final, which is what you want to see. Hashimoto obviously has the best record out of all of these guys, and he's going to be doing one of the most difficult routines, but it really is anybody's game today. All the way through, everybody I'm looking at, Brodie Malone, Joe Fraser, Milad Karimi, Hashimoto, it's just an incredible final, and we're going to see Tomoharu again, Sunogai, go last. Obviously, the new Japanese gymnast just won a silver medal on the parallel bars. And we spoke a little bit earlier about my childhood hero being Hiroyuki Tomita, and I've spotted that that's his coach. He was a great high bar worker himself, so I'm sure he's going to be hoping to replicate those performances.
Well, Joe is looking calm, he's looking relaxed. He's going to be next up after Brodie Malone. Who will stay on and who will take the title? Who knows? One thing's for sure, it's going to go down to the wire. It will be very close. These lads are so brave in what they're about to do. The amount of training that goes into this, and preparation is key.
Well, just 7/10 separated all of these gymnasts.
Yeah.
8 gymnasts, 7/10. So close.
Well, let's just hope that they all get through safely. Brodie Malone is going to start things off for us. He won't hold back, that is for sure. He won this title back in 2022. He got a bronze at the World Championships 4 years ago. It was just outside the medals at the Olympics. He's got the lot in his locker. Brodie Malone starts the last final here at the World Championships, and trust me, what a way to wrap up. Here we go, the blue ribbon event, high bar.
Very original routine, this. Got to hit the handstands, that's one of them, really well performed. Again with the half turn, straight into his second release and catch, the full twist in the Kachev. Winds up now, watch the body shape. Full twisting straight Kovac. Again, he'll go in the tuck position, plenty of height and flight. He's going some now, kicks up, double twisting, double back. Oh, just that adjustment. That's how you swing the bar.
Brodie's through. He's a cowboy in his spare time when he's not in the gym. He's riding a different kind of horse. But my word, he didn't hold back there. Brodie Malone setting the bar in the high bar.
Absolutely, that was a Brodie Malone routine, the Brodie Malone performance, wasn't it? Always exciting, always going for broke.
Yeehaw, absolutely.
Absolutely.
There he goes.
Winding up there into the dismount. I liked the Kachev with full turn. That's one of the best ones I feel I've seen.
I think what's good about this routine is where the deductions are. Generally, as the turns from in the bar up into handstand, and he hit both of those into the handstand.
Yes, it didn't stall at all, did it? There wasn't a moment where you were holding, thinking, oh, I hope that's going to go. He really kept the rhythm, kept the fluency. The big skills were slotted into the routine. They didn't dominate the routine.
And you often find some of these gymnasts will just sort of work the routine around one release and catch type. There was, you know, a real variety, which makes the routine exciting. You can see why this is a real crowd pleaser.
I guess with just doing the 8 moves now, what you're after is 8 big moves, not sort of a variety of Kachevs, not 3 Kachevs. You want the big move for each. You know, you want to be counting 8 E's if you can.
Yeah.
Well, Brodie's score is... Oh, it's huge! 14.933. That is going to challenge for a medal, definitely.
Look at the difficulty, up 0.6 from qualification. We said it was big, but it was huge.
Yes, that's going to be hard to beat. Definitely.
That's the highest score so far.
Yeah, actually the highest score of the entire championships, even qualification.
On high bar.
On high bar, yeah. Well, next to go, Great Britain's Joe Fraser. He's going to go all out here. Come on, Joe. Going for Great Britain's first ever high bar medal at the World Championships.
It's a very big start. Look, the squat half into the first release. Oh, beautifully done. Watch this wind up now. He'll do the same in the straight position. And again.
Come on.
Lovely straight Kachev, straddle Kachev. Coach Lee Wools just at the side. Lovely full turn on the one arm. Come on, up into the handstand. Just a little bit past, but this is a new big dismount. Watch this. Winds up, kicks in. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
brilliant!
What about that? Hey, Joe Fraser could not have done any more. He is back. What a routine.
6.3 put in qualification. It was packed with difficulty. He executed it beautifully. Has he just landed on a medal?
Well, that was such a fantastic dismount. The triple pike, I mean, we're only used to seeing the triple back tucked, but to do the triple back pike, but everything was so fluent. I thought his swing looked so smooth now, and his body line, absolutely beautiful. He's had a long time out with injury, and he looks better than ever, to be perfectly honest.
I think there was just one thing in there. The squat dislocate with a full turn wasn't into handstand like Brodie Malone. So as much as I want the British guy into first place, I think it would probably go second.
It depends, really. The big dismount counts for a lot, doesn't it?
Well, Brodie posted a 6.4.
Did he?
On difficulty. I mean, he really did raise the game. That was the one. It was, you know, the judges are looking for a handstander as close to. You have a little tolerance. Imagine the clock face, and they want to aim within 5.2 or 5 past.
But this was a great routine from Joe Fraser.
Well, the first two routines have been superb. Look at the height on the triple back.
I was just going to say the same thing, Matt. I mean, he'd finished the 3.
He had.
Bar level with the bar.
Bar level with the bar, yeah.
Well, it was a fine effort from Great Britain's Joe Fraser. Score is in, it's 14.7.
Big score, that.
Yeah, very
really
big
good.
score. He's up by a couple of tenths on qualification, but second at the moment, 14.933 from Brodie Malone. Joe Fraser, 14.7.
Well, the rest are going to have to be very good to sneak in amongst those two.
Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, the 5th highest qualifier.
Lovely high bar worker. Straight Katchev in the full twist. Oh, look at the height there. The soldering bar into a straight Katchev. Watch this change of shape. Oh, and look at the height and flight there. Perfect body position. Sensational swinging. Just a change of the body shape. Another gymnast that qualified with 5.8, but it looks like he's going more difficult with one gymnast yet to stick. Oh, and just a couple of steps on the dismount. It's good, but I don't think it's good enough to knock off the top 2.
No, I don't think it'll challenge the top 2. He put in a 5.8 on the difficulty. He was just outside the medals at the last Worlds, finished 4th. Olympic finalist.
Those were super releases, though, weren't they? Caught absolutely with the arms straight. He's another gymnast who swings with such ease and shows beautiful lines. Lovely straight arms. You can see the height. He uses the bar to lift him up.
I'm really liking the construction of these high bar routines. Completely full of original skills, not one-sided. I mean, some of the highest, that's the Kovac skill, somersault over the bar, some of the highest that we've seen. Well, he needs over 14.7 to go into second.
I think Joe will be safe for a while.
It was a very classy routine, but just those couple of steps on landing will probably keep him outside. Certainly of those first 2.
It looked a little bit tired when he just took that step back, and it was like, oh, again, look, there, and then another one.
Going all out, though, all out. 14.366 for Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan.
Upped his difficulty. All these guys are raising the bar, literally.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the key is getting into the final to give yourself an opportunity of winning a medal. So you don't want to take a face plant in qualification, not have the chance. Well, Hashimoto Daiki, third highest qualifier. He put in a 6-2 in qualification. Will he raise his difficulty as well? World champion at the last Worlds on this piece. Can he retain the title?
Oh, lovely work. One thing about this gymnast, he doesn't know how to play safe. Oh, and look at that combination. Look at the height.
Wow.
Easily round. Full twist in the Katchev. Just a little bit of a bent arm flicker. Straight Katchev again. Now he stuck this in qualification. Oh, has he? Oh, no. So close.
How costly will that little wonder be?
Well, point 2. Because he didn't get the stick and the point 1 for stepping.
So 6-2 on difficulty in qualification. The 14-4, and he had the point 1 bonus. It's going to be close, but I'm going to say third with those scores.
Well, Brodie Malone leads this competition on 14.933. Joe Fraser has a score of 14.7. For Great Britain, he's currently in second. Yeah, it's going to be close.
He's such a stylish gymnast, though, isn't he? This was not quite as good, I didn't think, as during the all-around, but he does work out of it so well. Little bent arms on the long swing out.
I think Joe's execution throughout his routine was better.
Yeah.
May have been short on that handstand, like you were saying,
short on the handstand.
Other than that,
if you look at Karimi's Kovac skill, because I think they're marginally higher than what Joe had, but I mean his form, I think Joe's really worked on in the past couple of years.
Let's see how many steps he takes here.
Well, he was trying to hold on, and is it just...
He goes 1, 2.
We'll see. He has got the grace of being the all-round champion.
Well, and the reigning high bar champion.
Oh, it's an inquiry submitted here for Karimi.
So that'll be on the D score.
It will be close between Fraser and Hashimoto. Don't think it'll be enough to go into the lead and win back his title. 14.933 is a huge score to try and beat that Brodie Malone laid down at the start. Scores unchanged, 14.366 for Karimi.
I think it's quite hard to change the score on a piece like high bar because the skills are quite set out.
14.733, he's gone ahead of Joe Fraser. 8.533 on the execution. Well,
only just a smidge.
Only just, yeah. Well, there's another warm-up now. Sam, if you can hear me in the studio, thoughts on that? I mean, Brodie started off with a phenomenal routine, upped his difficulty and absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I mean, those 4 routines, 4 of the best high bar routines you're ever going to see. I mean, absolutely incredible. Like you said, Brodie knocked it out the park there with a 6-4 difficulty and a 14.9, making it very difficult for everybody else. But I've got to say, Joe Fraser, what a routine that was.
It was, wasn't it?
To land that triple pike on his feet and then Hashimoto coming in with a very clean routine. It was going to be tight. There were a few deductions in there for both Hashimoto and Joe that in commentary I saw that you guys both noticed. But for me, yeah, what an incredible first half of this competition. And Joe, what a legend. I mean, that really is, for people back home, the difficulty of that routine, that is a lifetime's worth of work, that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a couple of gymnasts still left to go that are really going to pile the pressure on Jo, who's sitting in that third place spot at the moment. Brodie Malone looks pretty set to get a medal, but the question is, what colour will the rest of them be? Qigong is the next gymnast to go. Put in a 14.433 and a 5.8 difficulty in the all-around competition. And then we're going to wrap up with a brilliant Japanese gymnast as well. So no one's sitting comfortably just yet. Qigong, the next gymnast. 3 more after him in this men's high bar world final.
That was nice. Oh, and look at that, very original combination. Up into the handstand, again connecting those twisting in-bar elements. Oh, and I was just going to say, that looks a little bit close. What a shame, it was going so well up until that point.
He wound it up a bit too hard, didn't he? Almost as if he was going to dismount.
Well, I think what they try and do in that is try and get the height off the bar, and he just pulled it in a little bit close, 1 full mark. So that's any chance of a medal, really, for Qigong. Had a bit of an error on parallel bars as well. Exciting high bar work, though. Original Steinemann swing. Big dismount. Double twisting, double back. It gets the 0.1. Well, actually, that would have really challenged because he had some big combinations there, linking the skills into the release and catch. Such a shame because, and again, a very stylish gymnast.
3 more left to go in this high bar final.
The Steinemann swings like this really quite popular. I guess well rewarded on this code because it's become a popular combination. It's the squat dislocation. And that's the element. He was quite close, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was quite close.
I think that's the bit what Sam was talking about. You're racing your head to the bar. I mean, that's how close it is.
It's quite close, that one as well, actually. Not the only stuck landing so far.
Perhaps once the adrenaline's gone and you feel relaxed, you just stick that landing.
Won't challenge the top 3 with 3 gymnasts to go. And really one only challenge, I feel, for the medals.
Yes,
the final gymnast.
Sonogai, Tomoharu, he's got a silver medal on parallel bars already today. But his sights are on this one. He's the highest qualifier. He was a junior world champion on the piece. And he'll be up in 2 gymnasts' time.
I must admit the judging seems to have taken a little bit longer at this championships than what we've seen previously. I think at the the Olympics, we were quite impressed how quick they were at getting the scores around, whether they coming to grips with the new quarter points.
13.1 for Qigong of China.
Well, all the judges have had to re-qualify since the Olympics. It's a new code of points, so I guess it's its first big outing really on the world stage.
Carlo Mancini next to go, the 4th highest qualifier. Joe Fraser of Great Britain hanging on in 3rd place in this high bar final.
Well, another very difficult routine. 6 value, watch this. Lovely release and catch there. That's called a pagan. Oh, and look at the height there. That skill actually was invented by an Italian gymnast called Igor Cassina. Lovely full turn towards the handstand. No mistake in there. Lovely Ginger somersault. Up back. Come on, winds up into the dismount. Has he got it? Double twisting, double back. Well, this is going to be interesting because it was a very big, difficult routine, but close on a couple of those catches. The in-bar work up to the handstand was great. This is going to really challenge, I feel.
Well, he's the oldest gymnast in this final at 29 years old. He got a silver medal in the high bar final at the European Championships a couple of years ago. He's never got a medal at the Worlds. He's finished 4th. Is this his year?
That was full stretch, that, wasn't it?
There was one where he really struggled to giant out of, didn't he? Or to long swing out of.
Is it the first one? I think it might be this.
Oh,
look at that,
was
really close.
Yes, yeah. This one. I would have thought that was a fair deduction, a long swing like that.
Well, 14.7 is the score to get up into the top 3 as it stands, with 2 more left to go.
I think he got the 0.1 on the dismount.
The pressure through the hand and arm on these one-arm long swings. The gymnasts, of course, having to show different grips, sometimes over the bar like that and sometimes in reverse grip.
We can't just see, can we, from that camera angle, but it looked like when the routine played out.
Well, all these top gymnasts going through, challenging each other. It's incredible, actually. 14.266, 5th.
No stick bonus either.
No. Well, Great Britain's Joe Fraser still in 3rd place. 2 left to go. One of them is Daniel Marinov, the neutral athlete. Qualified with a score of 14.133, so if he repeats that, he will not challenge Joe Fraser, who's still in 3rd.
Well, by far the least difficult routine. Obviously, this gymnast recovering from shoulder surgery. Oh, and that won't help. The full twist in the Kovacs over the bar. First one was a bit of a stretch, but the second one was a stretch too far.
I was going to say that. The first one he was lucky to catch, wasn't he?
Takes the wind out the sails for sure.
It's 30 seconds to get back on the bar.
To the applause of the crowd, Marinov helps himself back up onto the bar, the 20-year-old.
No problem there, the straight catch, Ev. Double twisting, double back to finish. No 0.1, and he loses a full mark for the fall. But certainly big potential, I feel, for this gymnast.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he'll go, I suspect, back home a little disappointed without garnering any medals, but he's certainly shown the world that he's somebody to be reckoned with.
Yeah, very a sort of a fact-finding mission, World Championships for him, I think.
Well, because for these young gymnasts who haven't been able to compete for this whole last cycle, they won't have done their international competitions as juniors.
No.
We saw with the young neutral athletes on the women's side, they looked very good, but a little bit not quite ready for competition.
Competition week, really,
yeah,
that's what it is.
But then they would have been at Junior Europeans, Youth Olympics, World Junior Championships, which they've missed out on completely. So they're very much, this is their first foray.
And nursing an injured shoulder after surgery, hence the low difficulty on rings.
He's a beautifully stylish performer, isn't he?
He's got the physique for an all-round gymnast. And he's brought his own fans, so that's good. Well, it's going to be a bit of a wait for the final competitor, and I think the whole of British gymnastic fans are on the edge of the seats for Joe Fraser. Will he be able to hang on to that bronze medal?
Well, he's a bit of a showman for sure.
12.566 after that fall for Daniel Marinov. Job done. So the last gymnast in this high bar final is the highest qualifier. Junior world champion a couple of years ago. Bagged a silver medal on parallel bars earlier on today. Sunagai Tomoharu of Japan going for gold in this high bar final. He's got the difficulty and the execution. Can he get through this routine?
Oh, lovely turn into the handstand. And again, first big release. No problem at all. Watch this, winds up. Again in the straight position, flying high. Oh, and look at that, the straight catch with the full twist. 4 big release and catches so far. Into the dismount, just that little step. Well, 14.8 from qualification. That was pretty good. I think that might just upset the apple cart.
Well, it's going to go into the medals for sure, but what colour will it be? Brodie Malone leads this competition, 14.933. Hashimoto, 14.733. Joe Fraser, 14.7.
Well, I think I would agree. I think it's going to upset the apple cart. I don't think it'll be higher than Brodie Malone, though. I think it'll... but it was pretty immaculate, wasn't it?
I think Brodie, because he had the 6.4, those 2.10s might give him a cushioning, but really good extension. I mean, the handstands on that turning work were as good as we've seen. He's had good connections with the release and catches, catching on straight arms. Look, full extension there, round.
Very tidy, knees locked together.
Silver on parallel bars. Will he go one better on the high bar?
Lovely work here.
Currently 14.933 from Brodie Malone. He leads this World High Bar final. Hashimoto in second with 14.733. And Joe Fraser from Great Britain in third with 14.7. It's going to go literally down to the wire, Chris.
It is, it is. He was impressed. This has been a great set of finals.
He's rubbing his hands together. He thinks I've got a medal, but what colour is it?
Well, can Brodie Malone become world champion for the second time?
I think he can. I'm hoping he can.
You're a big fan of the cowboy, aren't you, Matt?
Absolutely.
You're going to have to get him down in your farm, lassoing some of the sheep in.
Well, all these lads have given it everything. Oh, my word, it's 14.6. He's out of the medals, which means that Great Britain's Joe Fraser has a bronze medal in the high bar. It's Great Britain's first ever medal on the high bar. Wow, what a performance from him. And the USA's Brodie Malone, he takes the gold. He's the champion. Hashimoto Daiki, he takes the silver medal, but my goodness me, Great Britain's Joe Fraser has a bronze medal on high bar. He had a long old wait, and that will mean literally the world to him.
That was an incredible performance, right down to the wire. To be honest, I didn't know there whether he was going to creep in, because that was a really good routine by the final competitor. Wow, 14.6 for that routine. Well done, Joe Fraser.
That was incredible, Chris.
It was incredible. Well done, Joe Fraser. This time last year, he was sitting with us in the commentary booth. Fantastic to see him back out there, showing the world what he's made of. And it was great high bar work from him.
Well, he's such a brilliant character. Joe Malone, absolutely superb. Brodie Malone takes the title. I'm in absolute shock. Joe Fraser, you're a legend in more ways than one, my friend. Brilliant. Hashimoto Daiki just pipped Joe, actually, to the silver medal by 0.033.
I think the honour of being the current world champion slightly helped him there. But no doubt Brodie Malone put in the most difficult routine of this competition.
It was an absolutely fantastic high bar final.
Lee Wool's there, coach, to Joe Fraser. What a championships for Great Britain. 3 medals today, Christine, for the British contingent.
Absolutely.
Confirmation, your new world high bar champion, Brodie Malone from the United States. Hashimoto Daiki takes the silver. And what about that? Bronze to Great Britain's Joe Fraser.
Well, what a final 2 finals, Craig.
I mean, what a way to finish this World Championships for Great Britain. We are the most successful team in the world on floor. 4 out of the 6 medals. The final piece of apparatus, picking up our first ever world medal on the high bar. I mean, what a championships.
What a championships. And I've said that it's been a tough time in gymnastics. It's been, you know, there's been a lot of negative press and whatever, but these gymnasts have kept working, the coaches have kept working, and certainly have showed their desire to become fantastic gymnasts and performers. Well, 2 medals for the women on the floor, and our first ever high bar medal from Joe Fraser. Amazing stuff.
Unbelievable mixture of the old and the new. And we're saying old Joe's 26 years of age. He's definitely got a couple of years left in him, and I think he will lead the team out to LA. And something like this, to win a medal at that time of his life where there's a lot of changes going on, he's set up his own gymnastics academy back in Britain. You need that motivation to keep going, and I think that's just what he needs. And the girls, especially at that young age, will inspire this next generation of female gymnasts within Great Britain. I mean, just fabulous.
Certainly is. And probably the routine, or for the men, the routine of the championships was on the men's parallel bars. We've had 1:15 on the men's, and one on the women's, and this medal ceremony is all about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Zhu Jingyan of China, I mean, he didn't just beat the opposition in this parallel bar final, he annihilated them.
Well, I mean, the shock level at the end there, as the final gymnast that went up, Sonogai was up there. We thought he might do enough to get into the medals, but Joe Fraser somehow hung on there. And, I mean, he was absolutely exceptional. All you can do in this situation, Sam, is get up there, do your very best, and just wait and see what happens. I think we're going to get a chance to have a look back then at Joe Fraser's high bar routine. And, I mean, he did deliver it. It was so smooth, Sam.
It was beautiful, Matt, and I said there to you in between the warm-up, this really is a culmination of a lifetime's worth of work. I mean, the difficulty in this routine, but here you see the squat half, banging handstand, Coleman, perfect catch, and it comes down to a lot of the time on high bar, how smoothly did the gymnast catch their releases. So here you can see there's no bent arms, he's not moving across the bar, just beautiful, and his catch-evs here, so high in that straight and that straddle, and again, a perfect catch. And as he's getting towards the end of this routine, you're thinking, OK, we're getting close to the dismount now. Yep. The one area the judges might have taken a deduction inside the routine is here. You can see he's a little bit past handstand. Yeah. But other than that, it was squeaky clean. And this dismount, I mean, you're going to have to, you can see the speed he's generating to get this triple pike round. And it was so high, and I thought maybe he'd stick it, but I mean, just incredible. And I think that was the difference, right? That's the only gymnast we saw take that risk with that dismount.
Yeah, and Great Britain's first ever medal on high bar. I mean, he bettered his qualification score, and he was so calm in the way that he did, and so gracious even when he was sitting and just watching the rest, because there's so much respect between each other, you know, as they go up there and do these pretty much, you know, very dangerous skills. But
yeah, nowadays actually you see a lot more kind of that camaraderie between the gymnasts and that level of respect. They all know how difficult it is. Yeah. Just to get up there and do the routines. And yeah, Joe did an incredible routine. He's had a tough time over the past year, kind of coming back. But great to see him back on the world stage winning that medal. And you could see what it meant to him at the end, and his coach.
We talked about Sonogai on the way up. He's just a young gymnast. He hasn't been in the senior ranks long, but very, very difficult routine. He scored a 14.8 in qualification. So we knew he was going to, you know, be in with a very good chance of being on the medals. So what went wrong, and how did he score lower than Joe, do you think,
Sam? Well, honestly, Matt, the skills inside the routine were almost perfect. There was nothing to take off. You know, this was textbook. If you were going to explain to a young gymnast, this is how I want you to perform this skill, you'd show him this routine. For me, I'm wondering, where are things going wrong? If I was going to nitpick this routine, after the Lukin here, you can see he slides across the bar. That could be a deduction. The straight catch-ev here is really nice. And then when he does the quas, which is the full turn, he does a double hand tap, if you see it. Can you see that? And I'm not sure whether the judges will have taken a big angle deduction when he actually catched the bar. And obviously he's got that small step there. But, you know, for me, I've got to admit, I was a bit surprised at the score. I was expecting him to go up, but I was not complaining about it one bit.
No, making history, as did the women on floor as well, Beth. I mean, we've seen 3 medals in the last hour. It's just absolutely incredible, with Ruby Evans and also Abby Martin. So let's have a look back at Ruby's routine. She was first up in this final. She knew she couldn't afford to give away any tenths, and you know, she delivered everything, not just the dance but also all the acrobatic elements, the tumbles.
Yeah, and I think that's what this routine really showed. You look for the power of the tumbles, you look for the elegance in the leaps and the jumps, but the emphasis on the artistry is so much these days, and this routine was a class. You can clearly see she's worked a lot on it, and they did mention that the choreographer has gone out with them, so they're not even letting that kind of drop, even though they're out there preparing for the World Championships. But that first tumble, the straight front into the 2.5, really well executed, and that one, the full twist, where into the double twist, where you're seeing Ruby really build up the difficulty is the fact that she's using combination tumbles. So those first 2 tumbles are worth a lot to her because of the connection bonuses. And then to do a double straight third that's tough. So she's obviously had to work hard on that, and not only using the difficulty, you're then having to take the execution. But you just want to watch it. It's just such a class routine to watch.
Yeah. Well, Great Britain have 2 golds and a bronze on floor, but it's our first silver. First silver.
We are.
Well, now 2 bronzes as well, actually, because Abby did a sterling performance as well, but this is just Ruby's final tumble. And we'll talk about Abby's routine after the medal ceremony, because they're about to come out to receive their medals. I think it'll be a little while before they do pop out, but yeah. So let's go. See Abby and Ruby just waiting to come out. I mean, we saw a very similar scene yesterday with the men on floor. And Abby and Ruby waiting to come out for their bronze and silver medal in this women's world final. So we'll hand across to Craig and Christine for this medal ceremony.
So here we have Abigail Martin, bronze medal women's floor exercise. What an achievement. Abby from Devon. And Ruby Evans, the first Welsh gymnast to medal. She's led the Welsh team and now the British team. Both of these gymnasts were part of the GB team in Paris, where they took the 4th place. And they were inspired to come back and do so much better this time round. And Aika Sukahara is the world floor champion. Japan have been impressive at this championships, and I think will be a strong team in this next cycle. Such a charming floor routine.
Second medal of the day for Sukihara of Japan. A bronze on beam, but went 2 better on the floor. Presentation party. We'll step out and award the medals to the best gymnasts in the world on the women's floor.
And how well Ruby and Abby have taken their opportunity to shine on this world stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Japan.
And there you have it, the top 3 women in the world on floor. Sukihara of Japan is crowned the new world champion. Ruby Evans for Great Britain takes the silver, and Abigail Martin of Great Britain the bronze. What a fabulous competition we've had in Jakarta. quick selfie time as well, Christine.
Well, yes. They wouldn't be children of this generation without a selfie on the podium, would they?
Look at the size of the medals, though. I think Jake said it was heavier than his Olympic medal. I mean, they do look sizable.
So, fantastic result for Great Britain, fantastic result for Japan as well. But we will really enjoy seeing these gymnasts over this next 4 years running up to Los Angeles.
Just one medal ceremony to go. The men's high bar, where Great Britain again will take to the podium.
Well, when we started the morning early here, I don't think we dared hope that this would be the results, but...
No, I think we were hoping that we might pick up a medal, but actually to take 3, every gymnast that's competed today for Great Britain has picked up a medal. I mean, what a way to finish the championships, and the British team will go back on a high and hopefully carry that forward for the next few years. Out will come the men. Final piece of apparatus. Bit of a blue ribbon event. They've had pretty good crowds out there, Christine, but I'm excited to say that the World Championships are coming back to Great Britain in 2030 to Liverpool.
Absolutely, that's very exciting indeed. Liverpool, of course, where we held the British Championships, an important city in gymnastics.
Well, one thing we can do is sell sport, whether it's the Commonwealth Games, World Championships, Olympics. You know for sure that they'll be received greatly by the British public. The flags are flying for the Americans. They had a great day yesterday. Donnell Wittenberg took their first ever world title on the rings. Brodie Malone's done it again for him on the high bar. But first out, representing Great Britain, he did it in style. Joe Fraser takes the bronze medal with a huge 14.7.
Well, he proved that first day wasn't a fluke. Great consistency from Joe.
And the silver medal goes to the world all-round champion. He's now champion on the high bar for Japan, Hashimoto Daiki, just 24 years of age, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the great Kohei Uchimura. No mistake in the world champion, the bucking Bronco, Brodie Malone, takes the gold. World champion back in 2022, back at the top of the podium, 14.933 to take the gold.
Absolutely fantastic. He didn't work all around, came to contest this title, and what a competitor he is. Never one to hold back, but none of these gymnasts are ever ones to hold back. You can't work high bar if you're half-hearted. You have to absolutely go for it, and we've seen a fantastic high bar final here today.
All very worthy winners. Two all-round apparatus medals for the USA.
Our final medal ceremony of this World Championships in Jakarta, the men's high bar, and these are medalists, the champion Brodie Malone, silver Daiki Hashimoto, and Great Britain's Joe Fraser takes the bronze. We've had a fantastic few days of gymnastics, and this our final offering.
Thank you, Chris, and brilliant to see Jo, Ruby and Abby picking up their medals in just a moment on a historic day for British gymnastics. Now, 5 medals in total, what about that? And 2 women on a world podium for the first time, the first ever Welsh individual world medalist. And it means that 4 of the 6 floor medals on offer in Jakarta are coming back to Great Britain. Let's hear from Abby and Ruby now.
Maybe a bit overwhelmed because I don't really have any emotions right now. I think I'm a bit too chill. I really enjoyed it. I actually felt a little bit more calm in qualification, sort of. As soon as I got those first 2 tumbles, I just took it all in. It gives me a lot of confidence. I'm happy with what I did this competition. And yeah, just let's bring on next year.
I went into this floor final just wanting to go out and enjoy the arena for one more time. I had aims of a personal best score, and that's just what I did, so I'm really happy with my performance today. It's amazing to stand on the podium anyway, but to have your teammate standing on the podium next to you, it's just unreal, and I'm just so proud of Ruby too.
Oh, isn't that incredible? I mean, the rise that we've seen from Abby, you know, in the last 18 months has been incredible. Now to have, you know, a world bronze medal in her locker, I mean, what do you think this is going to do for her? I mean, she can't quite believe it, can she?
No, I think she will have gone in today, like she said, to get a personal best, and that's all you can ever ask of them. If that then ends up with a medal, then that's an incredible achievement, and I think it will give her a huge amount of confidence. She's spoken about how it was tough coming into this championship. She's had a few mental blocks, she's had injuries, and some days when you're just in the gym and it just feels hard, it's moments like this that you've then got to be able to use. So on those hard days, you can look back and go, what it felt like on that day. So I think leading into LA, this will mean a huge amount to her and give her that motivation when on those hard days.
I mean, Sam was just saying there, 4 of the 6 medals, you know, coming back to Britain. What does that mean for British gymnastics?
It's an amazing achievement, and I think traditionally we've always been good on this event. When I think across the men's and women's teams, we've produced a lot of gymnasts that have won medals on floor, so there must be something with the way in which we coach and teach floor work, particularly the tumbling, and it's an amazing achievement to have come back. Like Christine said there in commentary, to have won 3 medals today, I think we were all probably hoping for 1. To have got 3, it's just incredible. And again, I come back to just how young both of them are, and the fact that they were competing at the Olympic Games and were certainly the new athletes on the team, very young and inexperienced, and now they're the most experienced athletes just 12 months later. I think, especially for Abby, I mean, it's what a 12 months that's been, and in the middle she's been injured. Like, I hope now she takes a little bit of time to rest, recover, and then get ready over the winter for next year, because what a bright future she's going to have.
Yeah, and Beth is our first world champion. I mean, you were the trailblazer, really, that set all this in motion. So when you watch it all now and you see what's kind of happened in the wake of what you created, I mean, it must put a lump in your throat.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was a lot of gymnasts that came before me that started to open those doors.
Yeah,
and then
but you made it possible. You made people go, we can do this.
Yeah, and then if you have got those role models, it really does help. So all the younger gymnasts now will be watching the likes of Abby, Ruby, and thinking, well, actually, I've seen them training in their home gyms or at the National Centre, and they're the ones that I want to be like. So it really does help. Having those medalists, it gives you the belief and then allows that younger crop of generation to come through and truly believe they can also achieve it.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to think back, actually, because floor was really where it all happened for Great Britain back in the day with the likes of Neil Thomas. I mean, well before you were even a thought, Sam. But you know what I mean? They were like my heroes growing up. And then to see what's come from it today, and now to feel that Great Britain is one of the nations. When you talk about gymnastics, you talk about Great Britain in the greatest.
Yeah, and it's interesting because actually now sometimes you do have to take a step back because we just expect it. Whereas actually back in the day, it was a bonus if we did it. But with that comes the pressure. So these gymnasts are walking into the championships with a very different pressure to what myself and our teammates were working in. We were going in to do your best routine, whereas these guys, there is an expectation to bring medals home.
Yeah, and I mean, it hasn't been the easiest ride for British gymnastics over the last few years, but when you now think about what's going on in the gyms and the national squads and the facilities and the enthusiasm to jump on board and carry on with this, it's only got to be a good thing, Sam.
Yeah, that's right, Matt. And ultimately, at the end of the day, regardless of what's going on, the gymnasts just need to do their job, get in the gym, work hard, put the work in at their clubs alongside their coaches, and we're seeing the evidence of that work. You know, these are new generation of gymnasts coming through, continuing to win medals, and I think exactly what Beth said, right? You know, these performances today, these gymnasts stand on the shoulders of the athletes that came before them, and they'll have watched gymnasts above them get finals, get that experience, so when they get the opportunity, everybody in that support team know exactly how to handle those pressured situations. And, you know, it always just blows me away how, as such a small nation, we're able to keep continuously winning these medals on the world stage because, you know, the giants traditionally of China, Japan, USA, it's very difficult for us to compete with them because they have so many athletes to pick from, whereas we've got to be very careful in protecting our athletes and working with them very closely, and we do that so well.
It's one thing, isn't it, turning up at a World Championships and thinking we would like to get X amount of medals. You go through qualification, whatever happens, happens. You then reassess your goals and go, right, let's look at the finals. We've got medals, literally, from everybody that stepped up to a final. You know, Harry wasn't so fortunate. However, everybody else really delivered.
Yeah, I mean, today, to have 3 gymnasts up and 3 gymnasts walking away with a medal, having that exposure, standing on top of that podium,
Incredible.
Yeah, it is. I think we'll look back on this championships with fond memories, and it really sets up the new cycle.
Of course it does.
Knowing that you've also got gymnasts at home that have obviously gone through injuries, taking a break. So that's it shows the depth and strength.
Bring it on, bring it on now. What a morning we had. And if you weren't with us very early on, you missed an incredibly high quality men's vault final. So let's bring you up to date with what happened at the end of the vault runway. So the Olympic champion on vault is at the end of the vault runway. Took a silver at the World Championships back in 2022. He won this event in 2021. Can he win it back? 5-6 the difficulty.
Well, watch this. The Dragulescu in the back position with the half turn. I mean, that was stratospheric. What about that?
What a vault. Right, now where do the judges deduct from here? Let's have a look, because that was absolutely superb, Chris.
It was. He has his legs glued together. Up he goes. 2.5, turn out. Lovely landing. I mean, he'll get the stuck landing. He'll lose a little bit, certainly not for lack of height, but for the chest facing the floor as he landed rather than facing the vault. But what amazing vaulting. He's so tight and strong in all his shapes, isn't he? A pike, he really shows a pike with straight legs. Lovely turnout.
I mean, that was near perfection, surely.
This is going to be a big score.
Colossal score. Look, 9-5 on the execution. 15.2. Wow.
Well, it's quite difficult to see where the 0.5 went, actually.
I mean, I need to have a word with these judges. Who knows what he'll do here? He's got so many vaults in his locker. He is going for the 5-2. And going for a gold medal here.
Well, just watch this. Oh, look at that! The straight front with the 2.5 twist. Not only can this gymnast rotate, he can spin like a top.
I mean, that surely can't be beaten. That was phenomenal.
He's absolutely textbook in his technique, isn't he? He hits the front of that platform and just, well, it's a platform and it rockets him into the air. Look how high, high, high. Then he wraps those twists in, out for landing. He's really positive with all his actions. Up, really twists, out with those straight arms. They won't get the stick for that vault because he had a little shuffle backwards. But I think this guy is absolutely beautiful in the air.
Yes, I mean,
even from the springboard, there's not many gymnasts that can keep their legs together, which obviously builds the energy. What you've got to do is try and create the momentum. I mean, he runs down the vault like a sprinter. I think what would be really interesting to see is if they had like a speedometer at the side to see how quick the gymnasts run to the vault.
14.866 is the average. He says, number one, we all agree with you. I mean, that is going to be tough to beat, but he'll have to wait. Well, here comes the third highest qualifier. Nazar Japoni of Ukraine. Got a bronze medal at the European Championships on this event earlier this year. And he's also bagged himself a bronze medal at the Worlds 2 years ago.
Watch this, powerful double front with the half turn. Dragulescu, plenty of height, plenty of flight.
And
Just
that's
couldn't
how
hold on for that point one.
That's how you land it, though, isn't it, Craig? Look how high his chest is. He kicks out. He really kicked out, didn't he? And his chest is right up, pointing to the platform.
14.466 for the first vault, and look at that execution, 9.266.
So he's matching Brunami. Looks so focused. Needs every tenth of the execution here.
It's another big vault, 5.2. Oh, and look at that! Triple twist from the Sugihara. He had a line fault in qualification of a 0.1, which just took him down a little bit, but he's very efficient vaulter, Christine.
Yes, I think he was pretty close to the line here. It's a little bit difficult for us to see. They haven't given us an angle to show, but I'm so impressed with these gymnasts. They're so tidy and tight in the air, aren't they?
But not bad on the way on the entry there.
No, very, very nice work here.
I mean, we've sort of gone into another zone, haven't we, with the men's vault, because it doesn't look crazy now. I mean, it's still as difficult as it always used to be, but they're making it look so effortless now that you're not sitting on the edge of your seat, you know what I mean? Well, he's gone into second place, knocking Brunami down into third, 14.483 for the Ukrainian. He's 33 years old, but he won the World Championships back in 2022. He's an Olympic bronze medalist and silver medalist in Paris. He's had to watch all the vaulters go, and I tell you what, even with his experience, he's under pressure.
He knows he needs to be perfect. Takes a long, powerful run. Up we go, beautiful, and that is what you call perfect.
That was superb.
I'm sure in the last competition he got the stick bonus for both vaults. It was his landings that took him above Jake Jarman.
He just plopped it out of the air, didn't he? Look, 2.5 somersaults, half turn, plop.
And a near perfect vault, look, 14.8. He got the stick bonus. So, well, what can he deliver with this second vault? And can he score more than 14.866 and win back this title?
Well, that was wonderful first vault. Needs to be just as precise. Up he goes, beautiful twist, and he is. What absolute magnificent vaulting.
How did he do that under the most extreme conditions? I mean, he's watched all the vaulters go. Carlos Yolo puts in an absolute beauty, and then he comes back with this. Well, this is going to be close.
It certainly is, because he'll pick up that 0.1.
Oh, he nearly did it! 14.866. His average is 14.833 by a whisker. Yolo gets the title. Oh my word, they've both been world vault champions before. It was a question of which way it was going to go, but Carlos Yolo is victorious ahead of Arta Dabchan, but at 33 years old, what a fight Dabchan put up there. Carlos Yolo wins back the vault title with a score of 14.866. Arta Dabchan finishes second, 14.833. And, well, Nazar Japerny, 23 years old, the third highest qualifier, he gets the bronze for Ukraine. What a vault final it was. Well, we're almost out of time here on BBC Two, but there is plenty still to come this afternoon for you. There is live rugby league over on BBC One from 2 p.m. as England take on Australia in the first of the 3 Ashes tests this autumn. The Lionesses are in action for the first time since defending their Euros title tonight. They're playing Brazil at the Etihad, and there's live commentary on BBC Sounds from 5:30, and we've got highlights of all of the day's Premier League games in Match of the Day from 10:25 on BBC One. We've got to talk about Joe before we go. We all hoped that it would come together for him. We knew he was second highest qualifier. He went out and he absolutely delivered. I mean, just look at this dismount, the triple pike, and did a fantastic landing to get himself that bronze medal, Sam.
He really did, Matt. What an incredible dismount, and what an incredible gymnast, athlete, role model for that next generation coming through.
Career, yeah. You know,
I mean, Joe's opened his own gym, and he works day in, day out at the gym and then goes to do his training. So to have done that, I mean, what an achievement. To come back from surgery he had at the back end of last year. I mean, for every athlete out there looking for a role model, Joe Fraser's the man.
Yeah, any young person, any sports person, you know what I mean? Because gymnastics, it is the ultimate test on the body, and you look and see how well we're doing. You think of the likes of Jake and Luke and what they've achieved.
It's been a fantastic championships. The World Championships after an Olympics, it's always a strange one because you've got kind of the younger generation coming through, some taking time out. But it was fantastic to see the results that the British gymnasts have been able to produce here.
Yeah, and to think actually that Jake had 2 possible chances, you know, to try and win back a gold on vault. Wasn't successful there, but look, he absolutely smashed it. You see the look on his face. He can't believe he's floor world champion. Well, and rightly so, well deserved, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just that emotion that you see there from Jake, he's just nothing but entertaining, and you know, it helps that he's one of the best gymnasts in the world. And the great thing I think about the whole of this British team is just how young everybody still is. They've got so much time ahead of them. It's going to be an incredibly exciting Olympic cycle, and you know, we know that LA 2028 is going to be all bells and whistles and an incredible event to be part of, and all of these guys, you know, they've got such bright futures ahead of them. I'm so excited to watch the progress.
Silver for Luke as well on floor, silver for Ruby Evans, bronze for Abby Martin. I mean, we're just going on and on and on, aren't we?
I know. It's been a fantastic day for the 2 British girls to go out there with 2 opportunities to win a medal and bring 2 medals home. We keep referring to it. 4 out of the 6 medals on floor came to British gymnastics.
Yeah, a well-deserved break, I think, is what is in order for all of the British team. They've absolutely smashed it out there. It's one thing to go out to the Worlds and hope, put all that training in, but to go and deliver something else. Guys, thank you for your company over the last 4 days, all those early mornings, you see, absolutely worth it. That is all we've got time for, and for Great Britain, it has been an historic championships in Jakarta. 5 individual medals, 1 gold, 2 silvers and a bronze. Congratulations to the whole of the British team for giving us a Worlds to remember.
That is a routine that will take the gold.
Just floats above the pommel handles.
The champion is Angelina Melnikova.
Send your body to flight.
Number 1, we all agree with you.
Everybody come along for the ride. All you studs and your duds and your ladies is fly. Grip the moment like you're gripping the earth.
He is as strong as he looks, this guy.
Hashimoto Daiki has done it again. That's 3 in a row.
No time to rest.
Great Britain have 2 medals in this World Floor Final.
Come on, Luke.
Yes!
That's what you got to do.
Great Britain's first ever medal on the high bar. Jake Jarman is the new men's world floor champion.
To make you go.